Yo, 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 yo. Alicia, you'll do your homework quickly so you can watch. Nice. Lyra, welcome. Budget Jim. RKI, good to see you. Kev. Atomic Operations. Tealman. Jumpy Neb. What's up, everybody? How you doing? Let me go to my talking head view, I suppose. Hey, we got chat. Oh, I wonder if there's a way to get the emotes to show up properly in the chat window. I actually don't know. I don't know offhand. Disembodied voice, it do be like that. What's up, Redley? Early gang, rise up. Hey, what's up, Bubba? How you doing? Stream Elements bot, Buddhist mans. Oh, huh, I can't actually delete the message from this window. Interesting. Well, what are you gonna do? Yeah, banish stream elements to the Shadow Realm. True. You know, I didn't actually check that my headphones are connected properly. It looks like they are. What's up, everybody? You gotta feature the Bubba message on stream. Nothing much, just chilling. Nice, nice. Glad to hear that. Working on a working on a Caravan cover, but not the version from Whiplash. A Caravan cover. Is that a song? I'm going to Google. Caravan song. I see when I typed in Caravan song, the first thing it says is Whiplash, so seems like I'm on the right track there. Guys, let's hype up the stream. Is there a hype feature for streams? I didn't even know that. I must say your tutorials have been ultra helpful. Thanks so much for making such educational, entertaining devlogs. Hey, thank you, Aman. I'm glad they're helpful, and I'm glad they're enjoyable as well. That's the goal. Trying to properly balance the education in the educational content with the entertaining content so that people can actually stay invested. You know, that's the goal. But yeah, I'm glad you appreciate it. I have no feature and I must hype. Yeah, I'm pretty sure hyping is only available on mobile, which is interesting to me. I don't really know what the benefit of that is. Hey, Baby L, what's up? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Never seen that feature. I've heard it mentioned though. Yeah, I've seen it on mobile a couple times when I'm watching YouTube on my phone. But hey, boss, what's up, Damien? How you doing? High outbound pickaxe. What is this? What is this? Amogus or something like that? Couldn't attend stream last stream because I was showing Bird Breakout at a venue. Oh, how'd that go, by the way? That's so exciting. That's so cool. I know you got those stickers made. Were you able to hand out the stickers? Did that all work out appropriately? So I'm super curious. On how that went. Doppelganger inbound. True. You're my favorite game dev YouTuber. Oh, thank you. Thank you. That's awesome. I don't know how I'm clearing like Jonas, but I'll take it. RKI is an absolute legend, that's for sure. Nira, what's up? How you doing? Stickers were a big success. I'll DM you some pictures if you want. Yeah, totally. That's awesome. My favorite too. Oh my gosh, you guys are too nice. Thank you, Uzi. Appreciate that. Yeah, I figure since I'm starting earlier, it'll probably be a bit before some people show up. I don't know how many people like their availability started like at 12:30. Some of the regulars, so we'll see. I want Bird Breakout stickers on my laptop right now, right? Hey, is there any difference posting a game again in the Showcase Saturday Discord section? No, you can post a game again. If I've already played it, it might be like a little bit lower on the list. But yeah, I definitely have a couple of your games on the list right now, Midas. Although, that being said, I also please keep talking so I have time to get home. Jumpy's like, keep the just chatting section going so I can get in there for the games. Moving to my other account so I can super chat. Nice. Yo, I actually caught a stream. What's up, Lusk? How you doing? Lusk? What do you think of new game Replaced? Is that like a big game that just came out? Let me search. Replaced on Steam. The Phoenix Corporation. An AI trapped in a human body. Oh, graphically it looks really nice. By Sad Cat Studios. The visuals are sick. As someone who just got into Godot, thank you for your shorts. Oh my gosh, Uzi. Buy yourself a chocolate bar. Thank you. Let me pop that up on screen. Hit it with the heart. Oh, I gotta click it again to keep it on stream after hearting it. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That's extremely generous. Oh, inward excavator. Yeah, thank you, thank you. Probably not a chocolate bar. I'm on a diet right now, but maybe some Diet Coke, something like that. Hello, Lusk. I kind of just wanted to see your icon pop up. Large scale. Hello, Mr. Shovel. 'Tis I, the most exhausted person ever. What's got you so exhausted? Just development? I know you're trying to get ready for like the Indie Expo or something like that. I'll take a chocolate bar, Lyra. I was like, hey, send that my way. The stream is sponsored by Feastables. It's funny how often I see like just like a glut of Feastable chocolate bars at like the bargain market is a grocery store that has like everything that's basically overstocked, trying to sell it at extremely low prices before it expires, which is why a lot of the times if you're shopping at bargain market, stuff is about to expire. It's a great place to shop if you're getting something that you're going to cook that day because you can get a discount on it. And there's always a ton of Feastable chocolate bars there, or at least for a long time there were. Last couple times I went, they weren't, but development, doing playtest. Nice. Yeah, I'm still trying to get stuff in order for the Isadora's Edge, the first playtest. Just the movement playtest, basically. I think I talked about it a little bit last stream. But yeah, me and Insandio went through and like cataloged all the tasks and laid everything out with estimates, and it seems like we're going to be running that movement playtest in like the middle of May-ish. That's sort of the goal right now. I would love to get it faster. My goal, my personal goal was I wanted to get everything finished up before the end of the month, but I already worked this week and it takes a lot of time to get everything ready. So we'll see. We'll see what can get done. Is that Isadora in the background AI? Absolutely not. Yeah, all the art in the game and all the art for the wallpapers, like the Patreon wallpapers and stuff, all the art I use on stream, it's all either commissioned or I made it. Like this little chat box, the Isadora for the chat box, I didn't make, but obviously the little bordered box I did. Oh my gosh. Can't stay. Got a report deadline for tomorrow. All the best with the stream. Hey, thank you, Bing J. I'm just going to pop up your message over and over again. Thank you so much, Bing J. I really appreciate that. It means a lot. Thank you. You do art? Yeah, I'm not like that great at it, but that's me being a little bit harsh on myself. I think my pixel art and my traditional art skills are both reasonable. Not to the level to be able to draw like this Isadora right here, but oh my gosh, Atomic the Operator procrastinated and missed my deadline. I'm sorry. No problem. Hey, thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate that. I would have died if that background art was AI. Oh yeah, definitely not. Definitely not. If any of like the wallpapers I put out or any of the art I use on stream is AI, it means I got scammed by the person I paid to make the art. But I don't think that's happened. And usually I do check their other art. And I think I've been mostly commissioning from very reputable artists that are very skilled. So I have no love for AI art. I have the stream open in 5 tabs. I'm too bored. Watching my tab like it's day trading, or watching my stream like it's day trading. I just begun my first round of playtesting, combat and movement focus. I truly underestimated the potential of playtesting. It's ultra important. Yeah, for sure. As a developer, you kind of get blinded to the things about your game that like you put in there, right? And when you put in mechanics, you know how they're intended to be used. So you generally will use things the intended way. It's kind of hard to force yourself to break your own game. And that's why it can be really useful to watch people play it, especially if they get stuck or don't understand something or are using something in a way you don't intend, or they're constantly introducing bugs or they're running into edge cases. It's like, it's really useful to see how that happens, especially if you're playtesting with like a wide variety of people and a lot of them are running into the same issues. Then you know there's like a really core problem with how you're communicating something. So yeah, in general, I think playtesting is super important. So Hey, Mr. Shovel, when will you use AI? I'm not going to. I'm all good on AI. No code survives first contact with the user. That's damn true. I said I'd have my game on stream today, but I feel really bad. Oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I have so many games on the list that I need to play. So take your time and make sure you have your game in a state that you're like gonna get valuable information from me playtesting it. You want to make sure that you're like aiming correctly. It's demoralizing when somebody plays your game and doesn't like it. It can be demoralizing, but the thing to think about is why aren't they enjoying it, right? Because it could be for any number of reasons. It could be they're not your target audience. Like they don't like it because it's just not the kind of game they like, in which case you can like learn from that. Or if you do think they would like your game and for some reason they don't, you can try to figure out what are the things that are causing them to not enjoy the game. Like where is it losing them, and why are they not having a good time? Because if you can pinpoint that, then you have like a lot of room to grow on your game, right? So I'm the world's #1 AI fan. That's how I write my code. I think if you vibe code your whole game, that's not good. I think some of the AI assisted coding tools are pretty useful, although you do need to have a good grasp of what you're doing. Trying to replace coding entirely or get it to do stuff for you is not good. It's mostly, I think, for people who have a pretty decent grasp of what they're doing. They might be able to use it to help them. That being said, I did hear a very funny story recently about some manager at some company wrote like a project time tracking tool or something, some kind of management tool. They just had AI vibe code it for them, and then they forced all their employees to use it. But the problem was it was completely non-secure. You could open that project management tool from anywhere without needing an account or anything. And so as they were like logging their hours into this tool, they were leaving important, not only their time worked and their like salary information, how much they were being paid, which projects they were working on, the confidential information of their clients, all that was just free to browse. So yeah, you're definitely assuming quite a lot of risk if you're vibe coding stuff. What would I do without RKI? What RKI say? Do your laundry. RKI. Dad in chat. Hello, y'all. Bit late today because I caught a big old cold. Oh, well, make sure you rest up. Definitely don't want to push it when you have a cold. It's important to rest properly. So, I think Concerned Ape had that problem with Stardew before it released. Oh, what did he have? What did Midas say? I'll find it. Played my game too much and now I don't like it. Right. That's true. That's true. That's a good point, Lyra. It's like Concerned Ape. He said like when he was releasing it, he had kind of lost confidence in the game because he played it so much that he wasn't really into it anymore. Yeah, I think that's a big risk. So far, I haven't had that issue myself with Isadora. Like it's still fun for me to move around, which I think is a good sign. Because similarly, I'm not tired of moving around in Silksong, even though I played that game for 80 hours. But you know, I'm at hundreds of hours moving around in Isadora, maybe even thousands. It's hard to say for sure. As opposed to, you know, the 80 hours I spent in Silksong. And that's a big difference, right? The longer you spend moving around in something. But yeah. Well, that's why playtesting can be valuable, because you can lose confidence in your own decisions, and then watching people enjoy the decisions you make, I think, can be really useful. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Once I playtest Isadora, and once I have more work done in it, maybe I'll get there too. Just hit 29K wish lists. Nice. Let's go. Can we get some +2s in chat for Vari? 29K wish list is huge. That's awesome. Yeah, but mine is released. True. Which game? Which game have you played so much you don't like? I'm staying in bed playing Tomodachi Life. Nice, nice, nice. I have seen a very little bit of Tomodachi Life. Is it good? I think I've heard good things about it. So nice. We got some +2s for Vari. Let's pop those up. Boom, 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 boom. Tomodachi Life is good. Nice, nice. Okay. Is it for Switch 2? Let me. I should Google. Let me do a quick Googling. It's for the Switch. It's for both. I see. Nice, nice. That's cool. It's like, because I also want to play Pokopia. But unfortunately, I think that's only Switch 2. I also want to play Pokemon Champions, but I ain't got time for that. I get way too into it. Tomodachi Life is Peak, nice. All of them, but in this case, Health Bar for a Bad Ideas Jam. Right. That's on my list. I'm excited to get to that one. I think I need to do like a pass on the Showcase Saturday forum and remove all the games, like all the posts for games I've already played. Or like add a tag to them so I can easily filter it or something. That way I can go through and remake my list, because at this point I've definitely accumulated some amount of cruft, especially because I have some games listed that I put like near the bottom because they were downloadable. And in good news, I have my virtual machine working, so I can play downloadable games now. I'm glad I got that done pretty quickly. I know people really haven't been waiting on it that long, so I really like wanted to rush that out and make sure no one had to wait that long. So, yeah, glad I really got that out there with basically no downtime in between. But what's this stream about? This stream is people from the community, game developers in the community, submit their games, and then I play them on stream to playtest and give feedback. How was the genre shift process for you, Shovel? Had any major problems? The genre shift has been really, really good, actually. I think I was trying to limit myself with making it linear, and I thought that would also make it easier for me to design around. But in actuality, I like Metroidvanias more than I like linear platformers. I do love Mega Man, but I like Symphony of the Night more, you know? I like Mario, but I like Hollow Knight more. So I think Mega Man X in particular has some really good stuff about it that I like, but that's all in like the movement and the boss design. It's not in like the level design. In fact, I think the Mega Man X games, they have pretty good levels, but like compared to the world of Hollow Knight or Symphony of the Night, it's just not the same. And I think that reinvigorating myself a little bit on like how I'm setting up the world and how I'm going about the design process and like how I need to think about it was really, really good for me mentally. Because I think trying to artificially limit myself was causing me a lot of problems. But yeah, it definitely has bloated the scope by a lot. And I was already overscoping, but because overscoping is fun. That was a quote from Insandio, by the way. She came up with that one. Overscoping is fun. When I was talking to her about like issues a lot of developers have, and I was like, overscoping is like so classic. People overscope like crazy. It's constant, like people put too much into their game and then can't do it. And Insandio was like, yeah, overscoping is fun. And I was like, damn, she kind of hit the nail on the head with that one. Yeah. So I think that's like a good piece of advice actually to keep in mind, is that overscoping is fun and also can be really bad for your game. So trying to limit it to the amount that is reasonable, right? Even though it's fun to do, it's good to still keep a marker on it. But in any case, yeah, let's add online. Famous last words. True. Sorry to ask. In your recent short, I saw a menu from Eidolon. I need to know, do you or your editor play the game? Eidolon. It sounds very familiar. It must be from my editor is the one who chooses the clips to use and stuff. Eidolon. I don't think I've played this one. I've played some Idle games. I don't think I've played Eidolon. So must be my editor going rogue. I know my editor also loves to use references from Warframe because he is obsessed with Warframe. He loves Warframe. At what point is one ready to stop doing game jams and go all in on a long-term project? That's a great question. And I think it's different for a lot of people. But I think for me, when I decided to do it, it was because like I wanted to get my foot, like I wanted to, dip my foot in, get my toes wet. What's the phrase? I'm struggling. What is it? I wanted to dip my toes in. Is that the phrase people use? Anyway, I just wanted to give it a try and see what doing game jams was like. And I did a couple and I was having pretty good success. Having pretty good success is an interesting way to phrase it. I wasn't like performing particularly well in the jams. But I was enjoying the process a lot. And I've always wanted to make a full game, like do a full indie release. And after I made 2 games, not back to back, but I made one that was called Lamb Adventure. And then I made the jam version of Isadora's Edge. And both of those were 2D platformers. And those were definitely my favorite 2 of the games I made. And Lamb Land was very much like lots of secrets to find, like storytelling. It wasn't really about the platforming. It was more about like finding secrets and stuff. It was very Metroidvania coded like that. And then Isadora's Edge was more about the combat, and more specifically the boss combat. And so because I like both of those games, I was like, I should combine those together. And those were both just linear platformers, which is why originally I wanted to make the full version of Isadora's Edge into a linear platformer. But I think that incorporating more of the secret elements, as I was trying to like work those into the linear levels, I was like, it doesn't feel right. So, you know, for me, I was just having fun. Shovel Jam's my second game jam. It was an awesome time in the community. Nice. Yeah, I really was like surprised at the community that formed. I definitely didn't expect it, but I'm really glad. I was really happy to see how many people joined into the community and have been helping each other out and been continuing to work on their projects and continuing to do more game jams and stuff. It's like the community that has formed after the Shovel Jam has been and around the Shovel Jam has been really, really nice. Really good to see. Happy to see Shovel here every Saturday. Look forward to these streams. Hey, glad to have you here too, Rick. Yeah. Shovel, I want to make a 3D Metroidvania-esque game, but could it be fun? Yeah, totally. I think 3D Metroidvania, there's no reason it couldn't work. Yeah, I think House of Decay, right? If you look at House of Decay on Steam, I think that's a 3D Metroidvania with a really cool retro art style. I mean, they got the sauce. So I think it's totally possible. Yeah, there's no reason. Oh, IDT in chat. Where's IDT? Gua to you as well, IDT. How you doing? How you doing? I didn't even submit to the Shovel Jam. It was still crazy useful. Nice. Shovel Jam was my wake-up call. Any plans for 1 in 2026? So I was originally planning to do Shovel Jam 2 at like the same time this year, but that was before I changed the genre of Isadora's Edge to a Metroidvania and really bloated up the development time. The more I think about it, the more I want to focus as much as I possibly can on getting the demo ready for Isadora's Edge. So I think I will be delaying the jam, maybe spring 2027, just after I get the demo out, basically. It's like, that's definitely my top priority. It's what I spend all my time on. Like truly a shocking amount of time just working on that game. And yeah, so I think the amount of time that I put into the jam is something that I really would rather dedicate to Isadora's Edge until I have the demo out. So that's what I'm thinking right now. Yeah, especially because I wouldn't want to like half-ass the second jam. You know what I mean? It's like, I think the jam was really good, but I think if I just tried to rush it out, it would perform. It wouldn't be up to y'all standard. You know what I mean? So, I need time to think anyway. Pitfall: The Lost Expedition, the best 3D Metroidvania from my childhood. So sad not many games are made like that anymore. Pitfall: The Lost Expedition. I don't think I've even ever heard of that. Let me check that out. I'm curious. Pitfall: The Lost Expedition. Interesting. You know what's funny is like looking at these screenshots on Google Images, it's feeling a little familiar. Did I ever? I don't think I played this. I don't know. Maybe I saw it at like a store or something. No idea. Shuffle Jam set a high-ass standard. Yeah, I think like I really, when I was planning the jam, every decision was just like, I've done a lot of jams. What would I want a jam I participate in to be like? If I was not competitor, what's the word? Participant. If I was a participant in this jam, what would I want the host to do? And so that's basically how every decision was made. I would want to see people stream the game so that I could see it get played live. Being able to get written reviews from judges would be great. And so that's how me and Insandio split those up. I would stream it and she would write the reviews. Yeah, all that stuff. The correct word is gladiator. Jam gladiator. Nice. True. I feel like that made a lot of difference because the founder of the jam did game jams before. Yeah. I mean, I think that's a helpful perspective to have. I think if you're running a jam, making sure someone who's helping make the decisions about running the jam has participated in jams or at least has knowledge in that domain is very valuable for sure. And like, also then you need to listen to the person making those decisions. It's helpful that like I was the one that did the jams because it's not like I asked someone who did jams before and then I ignored them to make my own decisions, So, straight up, you did awesome hosting the jam. Thank you, Lusk. Thank you. I got to be honest to say the theme was too general. Yeah, I wanted the theme to be very general. I wanted the theme to both be something that people could apply to any idea, basically. Like if there was an idea you had that you were excited about, you could just do it. That way, people wouldn't be discouraged because they couldn't fit the theme. And then second, I wanted the theme to be a reminder to just get started, right? That way, as soon as you are thinking about the theme, it's trying to motivate you into action. That's why I chose it. And also it was my first jam, so it has like a nice poetic nature to the first theme of the first jam also being getting started. But yeah, I think those were good reasons to have that be the theme. So I think it worked for the first jam, but I think if I tried to do a similar thing for the second jam, it would be a little bit empty. So for Shovel Jam 2, whenever it happens, I think I need to do a more concrete theme. And also, we did the post-jam survey where people who participated in the jam could give their thoughts on it and give feedback on the jam, because that's also something is like listen to what people say so I can improve it. You know, essentially, I play tested the first jam and then got my feedback, and now I can change the jam as necessary. And that was one thing people wanted was the jam. They thought the theme was good, but wanted it to be a little bit more concrete. And the second thing they wanted was some sort of optional challenge. So even if the theme is something more general, if the theme is something more general, then there will be some kind of optional extra challenge of like, you know, similarly to the Vim Jam that I did for Isadora's Edge, where the theme was on the edge and the secondary was like boss battle, or just boss, right? So something like that. So you have multiple avenues to attack for it. So, seeing our games on the screen and seeing all the compliments from participants and the hosts themselves is probably such an ego boost that made me push further into game deving. I really like hearing that, especially from you, Lust, because your style and your skill is very high. So it's really nice to see you continuing to push your game dev further and further and further. I found yet another free drum plugin. Has like 1,000 samples for a snare. Let's go. Sorry guys, I was busy watching a Yu-Gi-Oh game design vid. A Yu-Gi-Oh game design vid. It's how children imagine making cakes. Just put everything in. You know, chocolate, peanut butter, M&Ms, carrot cake. Do children want carrot cake? I'm too old. I'm too old to make this joke. Why is Shovel's lips so red, bro? Why you focusing on my appearance, bro? We're here to make video games. How is Isadora's Edge, by the way? Is it going well in production? Yeah, it's going really well. I'm really happy with the progress so far. Recently, I was working on like hazard management for how I should do stuff when the player like hits spikes and stuff. Because I always hated bottomless pits in platformers. That's like my personal pet peeve. I really dislike bottomless pits. Especially when they just count as a death. Like in Mega Man, when you fall into a pit and you have to start all the way over. I find that so annoying. And I think that was one thing I really liked about like Hollow Knight and Silksong and in general in Metroidvanias. Bottomless pits are a lot rarer because the map is so connected together. And if you're jumping down into a pit, you kind of expect it to connect to another room. So those sort of like the lack of bottomless pits is something I really liked. So even when Isadora's Edge was linear, I was planning on treating bottomless pits the way Hollow Knight treats hitting spikes, where like when you fall into the pit, it just resets you at the ledge and you take like 1 damage, right? That's always what I was imagining doing. But now that it's a Metroidvania and I'm getting rid of the bottomless pits, I instead want to treat the spikes probably the same way that, Hollow Knight does, where you touch the spike, it resets you to the nearest platform. I tested doing it where you just like if an enemy hits you, you just get knocked back and then you have invincibility frames to try to get out of the spike pit. But that feels unbelievably bad. It's like, as I tested it, it was clear to me why they did the reset system that they did, because it's so easy to get like stuck in a loop of like hit by spikes, knocked back, you're trying to climb out, you get touched by spikes at the last second and fall back into the pit. It's so annoying. So it's either give a truly ludicrous amount of invincibility frames when you touch spikes or just reset you to the platform. So, how's the gacha microtransactions in Isadora's Edge? Oh, we got so many skins. We got battle passes. We got, what is other, pulls, right? We got pulls. And we're going to obscure that all with a currency that's really hard to understand. First, you trade your USD or whatever your local currency is. I'll take money from anybody. You can trade that for gem points, right? And then the gem points you can convert using the star factory into star shards. Now, once you get 10 star shards, you can convert that into a gift bundle supreme. And the gift bundle supremes, you go open those at the store. Now, this is where you think you would start to do your pulls, not quite. When you open the gift bundle supreme, that gives you between 5 and 15 double-decker pizzas. I've lost track of the metaphor. Will there actually be cosmetic options? Nothing like for sale. It's going to be like you pay to play the game and then you get the full game. There's not going to be any sort of like cosmetic pulls or battle pass or anything. Yeah. That was a joke. Just to be entirely clear. Yeah, but maybe some cosmetics, like for if you beat a boss, you unlock something that changes your appearance or something. So there might be cosmetic options built into the gameplay mechanics, but nothing put on top of the game that you have to pay for. So don't forget the recharge amount's always slightly higher than what you need. Right. And then we're also going to aggressively push like a 50-cent bundle just to make sure you get your card info into the game. And that 50-cent bundle is going to give like $100 of rewards or something, but $100 of rewards in terms of the fact that it costs you like $300 to even get half of a skin. And you're going to be pulling skins by half. Once you get both halves, they'll combine together. And then once you power up that skin set that you've made by putting the two halves together, you'll power that up by putting enough money in. Then you'll be able to use the skin, and that'll probably cost about $1,000 per skin. Can you do a vid on the evil of gacha and addictive design? It's an interesting concept. You know, I've thought about it. I back in the day with Genshin Impact, I made videos explaining how much stuff actually costs and what the actual rates are, because people were just getting the math wrong. And I wonder, maybe sometimes people are motivated to do the math wrong on purpose so that they don't feel as bad about pulling. You know, they can spend the money more freely because they aren't worried about how much they're spending because they did the math wrong or whatever. And so I made those videos primarily so that people would know what they were getting into. But yeah. When do I play the game? We're not worried about playing games here, Bubba. We're worried about how much money we can get you to spend for cosmetics. That's it. Could you rate and give commentary on how the bad ideas jam people rate and give commentary on the games? You mean rate their ratings? Probably not. But if you want me to play games that were submitted to the Bad Idea Jam and give my own commentary and rating on them, I think that's fine. Future fantasy skong. That's the idea. Basically, that's the motivating factor right now. Isadora's Edge is future fantasy setting skong. I think dailies and weeklies afflicted me the most, even as a free-to-play individual. Yeah, I think dailies and weeklies are really motivating because, like, once you're in the game, you want to play it, right? It's like just opening it to do some arbitrary daily thing that takes a couple of minutes. You're already in the game. You're opening it. It's like really, really, really addictive. So, gacha is why I'd have a system in a game to have a selective mode that turns rarity to cost to be able to buy anything as well at a higher price. Yeah, I think like just being able to buy the things you want in a game is very valuable. You know, obviously, you know, companies, corporations, they don't have your best interests at heart. A lot of there are game studios that it's not about the art form of gaming or about giving the player a good time. They're primarily motivated by how do we get as much money from the game we made. And if you're thinking in those terms, addictive, predatory gacha systems are very appealing, right? So I think that's one thing that us indies have an advantage in, right? We have a huge advantage that we don't have to be motivated by maximizing shareholder value. We can be motivated by a passion for wanting to make a particular game or a particular creative idea come to life. So, I was a GFL2 player, had a game mode where all tactical gameplay was thrown out the window and was just mag dump the target. Also, characters being made specifically to ignore central mechanics. All tactical to mag dump the target. By mag dump the target, do you mean unload all of your like spells and cards in hand to deal as much damage as possible? Because I think mag dumping refers to just like unloading your magazine in a shooting game. But I think you're talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! So, dude, hear me out. Gacha gameplay, but with no microtransactions. We use the predatory game mechanics to get you addicted, but with the coins you get by playing the game and also gambling. Yeah, I think there's definitely a market for like a roguelike that is a parody of gacha systems or something like that, where the mechanics in game are using like gacha systems, but there's like the layer between real gacha where you're not using your real money. Instead, you're using the money in game. It's probably like, you know, gacha. You could call it gacha simulator. That's a little bit too on the nose, but probably from what I know from reading some stuff by Chris Zukowski, gacha simulator might actually be the name that lands the best. But Vari tricking me into reading Chris Zukowski stuff. as a useful trick because his stuff is pretty helpful. I left for 2 minutes and Shovel's talking about microtransactions for Isadora. Help. Yeah. I think like Gacha Simulator is the concept, and you're like managing a bunch of different gacha games at the same time, and your character in the game has like a money value. And like maybe you sell accounts once they're worth a certain amount, or some other way of making money using the gacha. Now that part isn't true. Maybe you have some like dopamine. Oh yeah, that's how you could do it. Like because the goal is to be a satire, right? Your goal is to keep your dopamine as high as possible at all times. And then the more gachas you start and the more you like get addicted to, the more dopamine you can get from each one, but also it increases like your dopamine withdrawal rates and stuff. And then you have like a limited amount of money, and then you have to like balance time in gacha versus time at work or something. There's a system there. There's some kind of way you could systematize that to make it into a game that's really fun. So, this is unironically a fire idea for an incremental. I think so. I think Gacha Simulator, dopamine withdrawal, idle game would go crazy. It's easy to imagine, because not only would the gameplay, I think, be funny, like it would be like an enjoyable game to play, but also anybody who has any experience with a gacha game will get it immediately and be amused by that. So I think the appeal factor on that game is really high. I think for people looking at like the demo, looking at the trailer, looking at the screenshots, they get it. Especially if you have the art satirizing other gacha games, lots of anime ladies wearing not so much clothing, dating simulators, make the male characters have really, really long fingers and big hands and constantly talk about how much they love you, and also be strangely abusive in some ways. Have you guys seen Love in Deep Space? Those guys do not seem like they are going to treat you very well in a healthy relationship. That's for sure. The limited time fake discounts are really something. Yeah, true. Dude. Having like one of the mechanics in the game be trying to grab limited time discounts in each different gacha so that you can maximize how many pulls you're getting and stuff. So obvious child characters who never have their ages mentioned, or more specifically, the game is called like extremely old women. And like when you that particular gacha, like the splash screen is like every character is at least 10,000 years old, and then when you go in, it's obviously a bunch of children. More like manipulation in Deep Space. More like love bombing in Deep Space. Am I right? I gave my Tomodachi Life a pack of Marlamity Reds. Is Marlamity Red like a is that a vape? Is that a vaping? Hey, Zoomers in chat, can you tell me, is that a vaping actually? I'm not sure. Marlamity Reds. I didn't even spell it right, and I was looking at it in chat. Marlamity. Nope. Okay. I don't know. It seems like it's a nothing. Isn't there that character in ZZZ who doesn't wear shoes, and the trailer keeps zooming on her feet? Yeah. From what I'm seeing, MiHoYo games have gone off the deep end. So, guys, don't forget to like the stream and Shovel, check your DMs. Got it. Also, yeah, thanks for the reminder. If you're watching and you're enjoying the stream, or if you're just like, mildly enthused with the stream, if you don't feel a huge adverse reaction to the suggestion of liking the stream, just go ahead and smash that like button. Liking the stream helps out tremendously, I think. Looking at the metrics, it seems to be a very positive correlation. So, sounds like a Marlboro parody. That's what I was getting. Yeah. Gacha, where you buy gacha machines to get things to make gacha machines. Yeah, right. That's like an escalation you can do. First, you're starting with gacha on your phone, and then you're going to like gacha casinos and all kinds of like the gacha machines on the walls like they have in Japan. So, thanks for reminding us, RKI. Oh, right. And also check your DMs. Let me see. Bird Breakout. Yo, this looks sick. Hold on. Let me open these. Are you cool with me sharing these on stream, RKI? Otherwise, I can not. Let me know. I genuinely, yes, I'm not any of them. Okay, got it. I genuinely don't know how Arknight's infield took off. Dude, Satisfactory is right there. I don't know anything about Arknight infield, but I've seen the name plenty. So, Yeah, okay, so I think I can show this. Looks like we have a shot of Bird Breakout with the stickers. This is RKI showing off his game at what was the convention? Looks like we have some people playtesting here. Nice. Look at them go. They're gaming. That's awesome. That's awesome. That's really cool to see, especially because, you know, I haven't playtested Isadora's Edge anywhere, let alone at a convention. So, Nordic Game Jam 26. Nice, nice. W setup, right? Also, the idea of giving out stickers is so smart, especially because it's like a reminder of the game they playtested, and if they have the sticker, it's easier to remember the name of the game and remember to go wishlist it on Steam and stuff. So, I think it's like those stickers are a really good idea. It's a good way to increase the effectiveness of going to this convention. So that's awesome. Shovel, what did you do to start your game dev journey? How old were you? So I've been wanting to make games like forever. Me and the editor of my YouTube channel, one of the editors, Insandio, is doing all the long form stuff now. For a long time, Digit did the long form and the short form. Well, okay. At first, Digit was doing the long form and I was editing my shorts myself. Then once the shorts were better, they're doing better than the long form, when it seemed like they were more important to the channel, we swapped. Or no, I gave Digit control of the shorts as well as the long form. But then that's a lot of work. So then Insandio took over editing the long form. So that's a random tangent on how the editing of the channel is going. But I've known Digit since like first grade or something. Me and Digit known each other forever. And then he went to school for video production and video editing. And then he got a job editing for a YouTube channel. So he's been in the editing space for a long time. So there's my first advice if you want to make devlogs. Be lifetime friends with a very, very skilled editor. So stupid. But yeah, so me and him used to like just sit on the playground and invent games. We had like notebooks that we would write our game ideas in. We would draw out little cards and play like, you know, paper prototypes. We didn't call it paper prototyping back in the day, but we would invent our own mechanics for our card game. So I've wanted to make games forever. And then in college, so in high school, I also took college courses. So I graduated high school with an associate's degree because I also took college courses while I was in high school. And I picked for my college degree to get while I was in high school. I got information technology because that was the closest thing to programming that I could do. And I thought you need to program to make games. So that's why I did that. And then after graduating high school, I went to a full university and got a computer science and software engineering degree, again, because I knew you needed a program to make video games. And I didn't really look into it beyond that. I just knew that you needed a program to make video games, right? And so while I was in college, I tried a bunch of times to like get a group together to make a game. Because I could draw. I've always done traditional art, and I think my traditional art's not that bad. I've always done traditional art, but I never transitioned it into digital art, right? For one, I didn't have like a drawing tablet or anything. So all my stuff was just on paper. Yeah, so I talked with artists and stuff and tried to like get that all formulated to make a group. But that always fell through. No matter how many times we like started on a project, it would just like die off. And so then I graduated and started working at Amazon as a software engineer using my degree. So, using my degree in just straight up software engineering. And while I was doing that, I started like playing around with the idea of learning how to do 3D modeling and learning Unity and stuff, just like picking that up. And then I was like, you know what, if I want to take game dev seriously, I should like look for it. So I started interviewing, and I interviewed at 343 to work on Halo Infinite. And I nailed the interview. And so I started at 343, worked there for a couple of years, left to try to do indie stuff. Then I went to Tempo to work on the Bazaar. And then after Tempo, I went to a small indie studio to work on another game. Then I went to a different indie studio to work on another game. And so I've just been bouncing around since then, also doing, you know, my own stuff, the free time. So, so yeah, that's basically the long and short of it. So if I had to give you an age where I concretely started working on indie dev stuff, it would probably be, you know, a year or two into Amazon, which is when I was like, what, 22 maybe? Yeah, probably 22. Now I've been trying to do it my whole life, but that's the first time like I opened Unity and started messing around. So something like that. But, college has 0 game dev opportunities here. I think that is one like really nice advantage of trying to be an indie now, is like there are a lot more resources, there are a lot more experiences or opportunities, and I think that there are a lot of like game dev schools. So I think those all work really well. What do you think about release on less popular market? What do you mean? I'm not sure I 100% understand the question. Do you mean like releasing games with like a smaller, like more niche games with like a smaller audience? I think that can totally work. Especially if the audience is small, people are probably less likely to make games for that audience. That's not like entirely true. Some games have, there are some genres with a relatively small audience that also have a relatively large developer pool, but relative to the size of the audience. But I think, you just got to make whatever you want. So I've got 2 years and I'm going to become an established dev this year with the release of hit game Flying Tank Gaming. Nice. I believe in you, Monarch. And the team you've put together. So right now, finding a college for game dev, even online, is a little hard for me. I know when I was working at 343, we had a lot of applicants from DigiPen. I know DigiPen was a game development school that a lot of people went to. So I don't know if they do stuff online, though. I have no idea. I haven't really looked into game dev universities. So that's true. When I went to the game jam, there were so many game dev schools, even some game dev high schools, which is very cool. Game dev high school sounds sick, dude. I would have loved to do that. So what advice do you have about working for people? My last experience slowed me a lot for like 6 months. About working for people, I'm not sure what you mean. So I low-key used to think I was bad at leadership until I joined jams, or maybe I just select for people who are as wonky as I am. I mean, that's also a thing. Like, leadership is a skill like anything else. And so I think getting good at leading is important. And I think like inherently being like a creative developer, like in charge of an indie game, like a small indie game, everyone on that team is a leader in some ways. So sorry, I meant working with people. Yeah, I think working with people is also, like, similarly to leadership, is also a skill. You have to learn how to, I think like learning to agree or disagree but commit is good. Like, even if you think a decision might not be good, arguing about it forever is not a good way to get anything done. So if they feel strongly about it, let them test it out. And then if it works, that's great. And if not, that's totally fine. It's like a lot of times you can figure out the best way to do stuff through playtesting, and you shouldn't be afraid to make decisions that are easily reversible. It's like, I think the player should be able to jump twice as high. Okay, but set it like that. I think that's not a good idea, but just increase their jump height and we can playtest with it. And if it's awesome, that's fine. And if it's not awesome, that's good too. So it's like, those are two things I learned at Amazon that I think were very valuable, because at Amazon, there are lots of teams. You work with your small team and then your larger team, and then you work cross teams. And so one thing that I think is very valuable is being able to just make decisions and see how it works out. Hey, Shovel, do you know anywhere I can find looking for groups or make some people to help work on a game? I think there are people who are like trying to find teams in the Shovel Discord. There is like a looking for team channel, and you can post there and you can see what other people have posted. But yeah, I know there are a lot of developers in the Discord looking for people to work with. So yeah, and great point, Lyra. A lot of devs meet their teammates during game jams. So you can also start doing some game jams and see if you can find anyone that's looking for a team that way. So my high school had a course called game development and another one called advanced game development, which you can only do if you took the first one. That's so nice, man. That's so sick. That's so cool, man. It's like, I remember when I was taking my classes on like when I was in high school and I was going to the college for the courses, and even when I was doing computer science stuff in college, I would say like, I want to learn how to program because I want to make video games. And it was still sort of like I don't really know what you're talking about. like I know what video games are, but that's not like a common thing. It's like the indie game renaissance definitely, I think it's definitely made it a little bit more mainstream and a little bit more understandable when you tell people about it. But also I'm old, so you know how it is. Every teammate I found has been through game jams. It's a bonding experience. Yeah, I think that's like true, right? And also, if you do a jam and you like, even if you're not on their team for that jam, you could play each other's games afterwards and realize you have similar design philosophies, and they give you feedback that you think is really valuable, or it just seemed like they could be a cool team member. There's like lots of ways to make friends online and team up for stuff. And maybe I'm not the best at giving advice for doing that because I did all my jams with just me and Insandio. And I knew Insandio from before jams. So I had one teammate in a game jam and he was cool. He made neat music. Nice. That's what Insandio did for me. So most of my teammates are just friends I made get into game dev. I mean, that's also a strategy. Smack your friends around like, hey, make video games. It works, but nice. Cool. Me when I have Lusk say yes to the most insane ideas ever with a completely straight face. I mean, Lusk is kind of cracked. And if anything, I think Lusk would be a great collaborator too, because it feels like Lusk is very chill. So I think that's one thing that's valuable too, is having people who are good at collaborating. That's something you can learn from doing jams with them, because some people, they can't let go of their like creative stranglehold and stuff. So watching your shorts got me to take game dev Godot more seriously. So thank you. Hey, glad to hear that. Yeah, that's the idea. If my game dev secrets can get people to close YouTube Shorts and start working on their game, that would be awesome. Yeah, I considered ending Shorts with that for a little bit of like, now go work on your game, but that felt a little bit too direct. So, anything that can help people learn more and actually get started with development, I think is really valuable. So, anyone who does turbo warp could join me in my stubborn self. I do think Lusk uses turbo warp, but that's going to be harder too. That's another really good way of finding teammates, is people who use the same software as you. It's also a good reason to use the more popular engines, right? It's like, if you want to be able to find teams and work with people, then Unity and Godot are going to be really good to use because a lot of people use them. So, hey, you're live. My name is Orlando. Love your work. Even though I don't understand English, I've been following everything you do. I'm also working on a game. As I hovered, that it turned into Spanish, which is cool. Ahí estás en vivo. Me llamo Orlando. Me encanta tu trabajo. I can understand most of that sentence. I was pretty good at Spanish in high school, but I haven't really used it since then. So, dude, one of my favorite stories of all time was I tested into the native speaker Spanish class purely by gaming the test for it, where it's like you could really figure out the answers to stuff with context clues, right? It's like, it was very easy. So I tested into the native speaker class, which was very funny because I'm not a native speaker of Spanish. So the lessons were very different. So I had to study a little bit extra hard to keep up with that class because, I shouldn't have been in the native speaker class. But because I studied for it, I would constantly, nail the test. I was getting like perfect scores on most of the Spanish tests because, I studied for them. Whereas the native speakers did not feel like they needed to take the Spanish class that seriously because they already spoke Spanish. So I would usually be the top scorer on all of the tests. And that drove my Spanish teacher insane. She would get up in front of the class and like, hey, how are you letting this guy who shouldn't even be here get a better score than you? And I was like, yeah, maybe I can't speak Spanish and they all can, but I got a better grade on the test. I love that teacher. That Spanish teacher was so good. Inbound Shovel, could you playtest my game? I get into playtest build. The game only has one complete level though. Yeah, if you post it in Showcase Saturday, I'll add it to the list and I'll play it at some point. So, what a blessing to study for it and then just nailed it. I've always been really good at taking tests, as you could have probably evidenced by me being able to test into native Spanish through context clues. Met the person I've worked with for more than 4 years by pure chance on a server, so I can't give advice on finding teammates. I just got lucky. I mean, I think that's like a part of it too. For Isadora's Edge, I've been working with the 2 pixel artists that I'm working with right now. And I just like reached out to them because I saw their art online. I was like, yo, your art is sick, bro. You want to work with me on this game? And they were like, hell yeah, let's do it. So, I think sometimes it's just about, overcoming the fear, of reaching out, which is hard to do, as someone who used to struggle with social anxiety, it is hard to do, but oh, the guy who memorized French words, Nigel Richards, the Scrabble goat. And he did it again, right? So he won the French Scrabble tournament, even though he doesn't speak any French because he memorized the dictionary. And he did it in Spanish too now, I think. So is it okay for devs to release on itch? Yeah, I think so. I think there's no, especially like if you're a new dev, I think Steam is the standard for a good reason. And I think like if you're making a game anyway, you can put it on Steam as long as you can afford to. But I think itch is also a good platform as far as I can tell. So, yeah. My partner's a native Spanish speaker, and I routinely know words he doesn't, just because academic and colloquial language is different. Yeah, totally. I think that's also a big part of it. Now, the idea, it's funny because like Spanish, I learned it in high school, and I still can recognize some sentences and read some stuff. But dude, Mandarin is so much harder. Trying to learn Mandarin is so brutal. I think I'm just not good at tones, right? And I haven't been able to really grasp it. So tough. It's tough. Question, where do you get the links to the games to play for each stream? So in my Discord, which you can find the link to in the description of the stream, there's a channel called Showcase Saturday, and you can make a forum post on that channel with a link to your game. And then I will play games from that channel. So it's kind of odd. I can't believe I was able to make my games work, even though I work with Turbo Warp. Yeah, I think, because you've been working with Monarch and Tofu and stuff, have you graduated to Godot? Graduate is probably not the best word to use there. Have you changed to Godot? Because I do think like Turbo Warp is nice, and I think if you're excited about an engine, that's good. But I do think having a more capable engine would probably unlock you even more, unlock your capability. So, my native language is English, and I'm currently learning English right now. That's true. Shovel, what if you add joke languages like Lolcat or Pirate Speak to Isadora's Edge? So, yeah, I don't necessarily see an issue with doing that. If you have the localization systems set up, you can just plug that stuff in. Mostly, I'm not sure if I want to go through the trouble of doing that translation myself, but yeah, something like that. But yeah, I think figuring something out like that could be fun. There's no reason I wouldn't be able to do it. So, after my finals, I'm restarting my dev arc. Let's go. I've still never spoken to anyone here in the voice chat. The only person who's heard my voice is Shovel and Insandio. She has also been reviewing the footage you sent over. So, jokes aside, how much would Isadora cost? What's a good price range for games? So I think like indie games usually have the like there's the low cost indie for like 5 to 10 USD, and then there's like the standard indie range of like 10 to 20, and then there's like premium indie which goes like 20 to 30, usually around 25. It's gonna be rare that you see an indie game pushing 40, and like premium indie in the 20 to 30 is already kind of pushing it. For Isadora's Edge, it's a Metroidvania, and it's very based on Silksong, and Silksong was $20. So I'm thinking $20 is probably the sweet spot, because I don't want to insinuate that I think the game is better than Silksong or worth more than Silksong. So that's not an insinuation I want to touch with a 10-foot pole. So yeah, $1,000 per copy. That's basically where we're at. My game used to be translated to French, but then I forgot French. Sometimes I think and then I forget. I know what everyone here sounds like. I live in your walls. Nice. Yeah, I've for the past like month or so, ever since I had the idea, I've been really enamored with the idea of pricing Isadora's Edge at $19.98, so that it's exactly 1 penny less than Silksong, so that I can make the joke of like, I know that my game isn't up to Silksong standard, so I could never think of pricing it the same or higher than them. So I'm definitely pricing it lower than Silksong, and then 1 penny less. For some reason, that joke really I really like it. By the way, you said you're good at traditional art. I think I'm okay at traditional art. I haven't done it in a while though, so I would need to practice. But why don't you trace it digitally and use it for Isadora's Edge? Because I think right now, if I wanted to use my traditional art skills for Isadora's Edge, I would just straight up draw pixel art directly. I think doing the translation there is going to not look as good as if I just try to make pixel art natively. I think whenever I try to take traditional pieces and make them into pixel art, it usually doesn't go as good as just trying to make pixel art from the jump. But, you know, that's a little bit up in the air. I've done it sometimes, like drawn in Clip Studio using my my drawing tablet, and then pulled that into a sprite and shrunk it down and made it slightly transparent, and then tried to put pixels over top of it, but it didn't look that great. It looked okay. Silksong is such an outlier though. Yeah, it's true. But I think it's going to be impossible to avoid the the comparisons, especially when I specifically set up my tags to make myself listed as more like this to Silksong. And Silksong is like my #1 inspiration right now. So, well, it's like Silksong and Hollow Knight are like the big inspirations right now. Have you seen the one Why I Quit Game Engines vid? It's a bit sad, but I'm at least happy for the guy in the end. No, I haven't seen that, but I'm curious. Did you see the devlog by, I think it's Rascal Dev? He's making a game where you play as a boulder. He made a devlog recently about like making trails in the grass that he like rolls through. And I remember I saw that devlog. I watched it when it had like 1,200 views or something. I watched it when there were barely any views. And after I finished it, I was like, man, that video got the sauce. That's a really good devlog. I can imagine this doing quite well. And then it showed up again in my recommended and had like 250,000 views. And I was like, yeah, that's more than I expected when I thought that video had the sauce, but holy smokes, it is a good video. So, Inbound Shovel, can you pin the message on how to submit game? Oh, that's a good idea. Let me just type, if you want to submit your game, check the join the Discord link in description and post your game in the Showcase Saturday forum, and then pin this. Hey, look, that's me. Ooh, I think the tool I'm using to pop messages up is making it not possible to pin this easily. So let me close this. And then let me pin this. Pin. All right. So now that should be pinned. And now I can turn my plugin back on. And now I should be able to, boom, there we go. Since you and Insandio are peak voice actors, what advice do you have in terms of voice acting? So I think the best advice I can give for voice acting is you have to go for it. You know, it's like, don't be shy. The voices will work out better the more you just commit to them. I feel like a lot of times, like if you're doing the Goku test, right? That's like a good way to do it, where it's like when you're doing the Goku power up, people have the habit of almost like shy screaming or like quiet screaming to do it. It's like, because when Goku powers up, they're like, ha, or whatever. And it's like, that doesn't sell as well as really committing to it. Now, I don't want to blow out your eardrums or hurt my throat, so I'm not going to do it right now. But if I was given a role or someone wanted me to do voice acting and I needed to do like a Super Saiyan power up yell, I would just send it. And I think that that's really the best advice I can give, is to just wholeheartedly commit to it. Like, think, I am this character and I'm just going to deliver my line to the fullest extent. And then I think as you get better at voice acting, as you get more experience with it, there's like more techniques you can use and more things you can dial in. But I think if you're a brand new beginner to voice acting, that's the best advice I can give, is just to send it. So, Super Saiyan Shovel will come someday. Someone just needs to ask me to voice act in their Game Jam game where I play as someone that needs to power up. So boom, easy peasy. That's what stops me from being a good voice actor. Nice. Well, hopefully, hopefully when you need to do voice acting in the future, Lyra, you can just send it. So, I can't voice act because I just hate my voice. It's not manly enough. Yeah. So that's the thing. This I hate my voice part. That's the part that I think you have to get over to do really good voice acting, is don't worry about your voice, right? Because there is some character that your voice will be good for. Yeah, maybe you can't do the super deep manly voice like, hello, I'm Chadley Chaddington and I lift lots of weights or whatever, right? Maybe you can't do that voice, but there are plenty of characters you probably can voice with your particular set of vocal qualities, right? So, I've seen Shovel go Super Saiyan at the end of Biscuit Dungeon. Thanks for blowing out my eardrums. Insandio is working on the next Showcase Saturday like long form YouTube video. And she put the clip of me going Super Saiyan at the end of Biscuit Dungeon in there. Because it really makes her laugh every time. So, exposure therapy, just record so many voice lines of yourself privately till you no longer think as critically of it. Yeah, I think that's a good way too, like exposure therapy to your own voice. it's something that is hard. Like if I listen to my own recordings, there still is that sense of, wow, I sound stupid. My voice sucks. And second, it's bad. And also a third thing is I'm stupid. And fourth, no one should ever listen to me. And fifth, I'm going to go hide, right? It's like that, like voice is always there when I listen to my own recordings, but I've gotten very, very good at just ignoring it. You know, I know that my voice sounds not good to me, but that's fine because that's just how it is. So, yeah, it's sort of just a pushing past the insecurity to do it anyway. So with proper vocal training, your range will also increase a lot. Yeah, I think if you really want to be a voice actor, if that's like your main goal is like, I want to do voice acting, there's like going to be a lot better advice than don't be afraid. But I think that's probably the first step is just committing to it. And then once you've fully committed to your voices and you're giving it your best and you're not shy about it, you're not worried about how you sound, you're not hating on your own voice, you're going for it. I think then you can take the next steps of like, okay, how can I like move my like larynx around and how can I talk from my chest instead of talking up in my nose, right? There's like lots of different stuff you can do. And I really need to watch some videos about like how to talk like a woman because my female voice for every character that isn't a man is always like the same high-pitched garbage. And that's not how women talk, but I don't know how else to do it. So I need to watch some videos. And I think thanks to the trans community, there are lots of videos about how to sound like a woman. So I wish I could talk like a woman. Nikki, aren't you a woman? So I think anything you say is talking like a woman, right? So I was playing a visual novel without voice acting, and one day I thought about how different it really felt to hear a live human speaking versus tip tap beep boop. Shovel voice training arc, let's go. Yeah, I think like being better at voice acting is something I would love to do because I love putting on voices for characters. It's like I played Danganronpa with Insandio and we traded off different characters and I destroyed my throat and my voice every time we played that game because of the fact that I just couldn't resist giving ridiculous voices to every character. And I would not like, I couldn't give myself a break either. It's like, if that character shows up, I have to do their funny voice. And so it was brutal on me. And you would think that I would take the male characters and Insandio would take the female characters because that would be easier for us. Nope. Not even close. I want to talk like a woman to troll people on Among Us VR. I think you could potentially do some nice gaslighting, some good marinating as the kids call it, I think. I'm not really that familiar with the term, but what do you think about mechanics? Does it matter to our own unique mechanic or just apply the legacy from other games around? I think it's like a nice balance. It's like when you play other games, try to figure out what do you like about those games, what mechanics appeal to you, and why are they fun? Like, and how can you use them in your game? But also not just, following the conventions without cause, right? Like, for example, I think a great example is what I was doing with the hazards in Isadora's Edge, where I was like, I know how Hollow Knight and Silksong do it. You touch the spikes and you reset to a platform. I know that that's what they do. But like, what if I just make it like any other hitbox? Like when the enemy hits me, I just get knocked back. What if I just do that? And I tested it and it felt horrible. So I was like, okay, I see why they are doing that. So their established convention for this mechanic works really well. And I think when you're experimenting around with ideas like that and figuring out how they work, it can be good to discover, like, you almost reverse engineer how they made that decision in the first place. And then if you figure out why they made a decision, you can understand when to break those conventions, right? They made the decision for X, Y, and Z reasons, but my game doesn't have those same exact parameters, doesn't have the same decisions necessary, so I can actually change things a little bit. I can't voice act women, but for some reason I can meow really well. So if anyone needs a cat voice actor, you know who to hit up. All right, Monarch. I'll need you for some good cat enemies. I second. Monarch has a really good meow. Luna taking notes. I've never caught a live stream. I've been watching and actually applying some of the tips from devlogs all the time. I'm wondering if there's any way to get those Isadora's Edge stickers. Oh, the ones in chat, like these ones. Oh, send one. Boom. Yeah. So if you are a member on the channel, so I think it's $2.99, right? $2.99 USD. If you are a member on the channel, you get access to all the emotes that you can use during the live stream, and also you get a monthly Isadora's Edge wallpaper, and those wallpapers are sick. It's the ones that I use for my own personal computer too. So, Neb flexing. But yeah, so that's how you get access to the emotes. And then you can also use them when you're just like commenting on my YouTube channel in general, not even on the live stream. So sometimes you'll see these emotes in like the game dev secret comments or in like the devlog comments too. So, although annoyingly in the creator studio where I can leave responses to people, I can't use the emotes. I have to go to my own, like I have to go to the like public facing channel view to be able to use the emotes. If I'm in the creator studio, the emotes don't work. It's so annoying. The amount of times I want to just like drop an emote because I feel like it's appropriate timing for it. And it's like, if you want to do that, you need to go find the comment on the actual video. It's like, all right, I just won't use the emote then. They're sick AF. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I really like the emotes. They're also, whether you are a member or join Patreon, you get access to the Isadora's Edge private server where for members and Patreon and patrons. And also all the emotes are in that Discord, so you can use them there. And then if you have, I think, Discord Nitro or whatever, you can use those emotes in any server you're in because you can use cross-server emotes with Discord Nitro. That's another way to cop. Made by a multi-billion-dollar corporation, by the way. Dude, YouTube Creator Studio is so goofy, man. I can't use my own emotes. And also, whenever I go to reply to a comment, it like puts some AI-generated suggestions that are like the stupidest shit ever. It's funny that it like pretends to know how to answer questions, and it just doesn't, right? Someone will ask a question, and it'll be like, how does this work? And then it'll just have like 2 or 3 extremely confident, incorrect responses. And I'm like, dude, it'd be better not say anything. So dumb. Guys, I think since I bought Drink Mix, I actually won't have the money to get the next month membership, but I might have enough. I don't actually know. Yeah, don't worry about it. If you can't afford, like if you can't comfortably afford the membership or like being a patron, I wouldn't want you to put yourself into any sort of financial discomfort. Obviously, if you like the streams, if you want to support the development of the game or support the channel, and you have the financial comfortability to do so, then that would be great. And I really do appreciate it. Everyone who subscribes for a membership, I guess YouTube calls it joining, right? anyone who joins with a membership or subscribes to the Patreon, I appreciate it greatly. But I don't want to put anyone out, So, and don't forget to like the stream. Don't forget to like the stream. That too. If you're watching, make sure you click that like button. So, comment, I love your pet. AI, no, you don't. Yeah, that's funny. I just uploaded the game to the server. I'd love if you played Beater's Big Adventure. Nice. If you posted it in Showcase Saturday, then it will make it to the list. Also, damn, Shovel, you're almost at 200K subs. Yeah, it's wild. Never in my wildest imagination for the channel could I have imagined that. Because I remember I said it to Insandio so many times where I was like, I think if I really keep at it and I keep making devlogs and making shorts and I really just stick with it, I think after, 5 to 10 years of doing it, maybe I could get to 100K subs. And that's like sort of like, I know that that's like my cap, right? So if I make it to that, then I did it. That's genuinely how I felt. And so the fact that I'm almost double that is something I can't even comprehend. I don't really know how to understand that. It's a ridiculous number. Let me answer their questions. The answer is I'm wooing your reputation, uwu. Dude, at least if the AI was suggesting true nonsense, it would be funny to some degree. But instead it's not like funny. It's just like incorrect answers. Or the most like disingenuous crap where it's like either an incorrect answer or thank you so much for submitting for asking this question. I think you're on the right path by asking this question. It's like, bro, why wouldn't I just answer it? Why would I glaze their question for like 4 sentences straight and then not answer it? It's so stupid. I have 200 subs. Is that enough to make money? Make some money. I actually think the answer is no. I think that doesn't meet YouTube's like partnership requirements because YouTube's partnership requirements are like higher than I anticipated. Yeah, I think you need like 1K subs and 3 million views. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny to put it in context. YouTube's partner requirements for like to hit partner off of shorts, you have to get like 3 million shorts views or something like that. Or maybe it was 10 million shorts. It's a lot. Hold on. I shouldn't just spread misinformation on the internet for funsies. I should just look it up. YouTube partnership requirements. Yeah, it is 10 million shorts views. Right. Yeah. When I started my channel, when I started posting shorts and I saw the requirements where you need 10 million shorts views, I legitimately was like, that's not possible. That is an impossible amount of shorts views to get. It will not happen. That number is dumb and stupid and way too high because it's not possible. So imagine my surprise when I got that many shorts views. So it was like, it was a number that I felt like it was an order of magnitude of unrealistic, right? I was like, even if it was 1 million views, I don't think I could hit it. What are they doing with 10 million views? But yeah, so when I was like 12 or 13, they didn't have minimum requirements. Yeah, it was funny. I qualified for partnership. When I was posting my devlogs for Isadora's Edge, before I started doing the shorts, I met the requirements for partnership very briefly, and then I lost it again. And I was like, they can take my partnership away because my recent video didn't do as well as the previous video. That's frustrating. But I feel like there's always been a requirement. I can't imagine them sending you the money you made for 10 views. Yeah, you have to hit it like a payout threshold. If you don't earn enough from like AdSense and stuff, then they won't pay it out until you get over that threshold. So that's like an easy way. Even if they were counting all of it, you know, they're like, you made 12 cents from getting 10 views or whatever. Which I think that's also incorrect. But you also need watch hours. Yeah. It's like 4,000 watch hours or something. But I think you have to lapse for a long period before they'll take the partnership back away. So I have $4 on itch and I need 5 to withdraw them. RK is like, once I get $1 more in itch, ooh, it's payday, baby. Oh. I remember being 12 and making a video. It made like 2 cents. I thought I was making real money. Yeah. That's the dream, right? When you're 12 years old and you're like, if I just make videos like this, I could easily get like $20, dude. Took me 4 years for my Spotify to meet the payout threshold. Oh, I see. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with posting music. I've looked into it a little bit because Insandio made a song and I want to promote her song and get people's attention on it because it slaps. It's so good. But she wants to post it. She actually made 2 songs actually. One is completely original and the second is a cover of Chisana Bokinsha from what is it? Konosuba, right? So she made 2 songs. And I was like, well, how do we like post your songs on Spotify? Obviously post them on YouTube and stuff, but yeah, so I need her to get those out there so I can promote them for her and hopefully she can get the attention she deserves because she made some killer songs. And also I want her to get those out there so I can listen to them. I need those to be freely available on YouTube and Spotify so I can turn them on. Insandio Baka Mitai win. I don't know the Baka Mitai. Is that a song I should recognize? Should I recognize the name of that song? I want to start a channel. How do I not sound weird in my videos? So there's like 2 parts to the question. Not sounding weird. One of it can be like an audio quality thing where it's like, make sure you have a mic that you can record without, you know, too much static and fuzz and just like some basic audio setup. And then also you can follow guides for like EQing and getting your mic quality as high as it can with what you're working with. So that's step 1. But step 2 of not sounding weird is just understanding that your own voice does just kind of sound weird to yourself. That's just something that happens naturally, and just not worrying about it too much. You're gonna, when you listen to yourself, it's gonna be like, why do I sound like that? Similarly, like putting jokes into your videos and stuff, it's very common that once I've said a joke, when I watch it back, I don't think it's funny because I'm the one who said it. Even if I can objectively think it's funny, I don't get a good reaction from myself. So I think not judging yourself too much is good. So, bro, I finally got a mic. Everything is fixed. So let's go. I can't believe Shovel doesn't know Baka Mitai. He doesn't know Baka Mitai. Hold on. What is Baka Mitai? Hold on. Song by Takaya Kuroda. Yakuza OST. Kiryu full version. Yeah, I don't know. And then people also ask, what does Baka Mitai mean? Why is Kiwami 3 controversial? Who got Haruka pregnant? What is going on in this Google search? Baka Mitai is the funny song that goes dame dane. Dame dame. I don't know. Using equalizer. Yeah, you can find a lot of good advice on how to actually set up the mic to get a good audio quality. There are tons of people who specialize in that, and they'll give very concrete advice. So once you have your mic and you're trying to get everything set up, you can follow some tutorials and that'll help. I don't know how to eat chicken. RKI, what does that mean? I don't know how to eat chicken. I don't know how to eat chicken. I mean, you like open your mouth. I mean, obviously cook it first, right? You don't eat raw chicken. I know that there are some places in Japan that serve like chicken sashimi, right? So I only know hajime. I can set up, make Mike to be as bad as possible to kill people's ears and Among Us. Jumping Up is very Among Us pilled with his comments. Dame means no good in Japanese, I think. I haven't got to that lesson in my Duolingo. Does it cost money to make a commercial game on Steam? So there is a... I didn't say that. What do you mean you didn't say that? You didn't say I don't know how to eat chicken? Why is YouTube lying to me? Hold on. If I hover over it, is it like auto-translating something? I know Kai Kai Kitan. I don't know Bakamitai. Oh, yeah, okay. It just tried to translate you. So, I think I'll close the car wash early. Bye, guys. All right. See you, Atomic Operations. Thanks for hanging out. But yeah, it costs... It costs 100 big ones. Yeah, so there is like the fee to put the game on Steam that does get refunded once you've like made that money back. So it's not actually like pay to put it on there. But if you don't make that much, then it is paying to put it on there because, you know, you didn't make it back. So there is a cost to it, especially if the game doesn't make enough money. But yeah. Yeah. Well, I have no idea why it decided to have RKI say he doesn't know how to eat chicken. So it's a bet against Lord Gaben. It's def worth setting up early. Just depends on if you know enough about the game yourself and have enough stuff to show off for the page. Yeah, I think it's very valuable. I mean, my Steam page for Isadora's Edge right now is really not good. I really need to like improve it, but I just haven't yet. Hold on, if I go to my own page. Yeah, it's like my screenshots are really not that good. My write-up is not that good. I don't have any like animated GIFs or anything. It's not that great. But if you scroll to the more like this section, Hollow Knight and Silksong are both there. So I call that a massive W. So, where do I put the URL for my game? Oh, it's in Showcase Saturday. Aren't those screenshots super old? Yes, those screenshots are incredibly old. It's like using old placeholder art rather than the new, much improved art. So the new art for Isadora's Edge is so unbelievably good. I can't wait for people to see it because it's really, really sick. The new environment artist I've been working with is a genius. The capsule art is dope, though. Yeah, thank you. I'm really happy with the way the capsule came out. Insandio actually found the capsule artist for this. I was trying to find a capsule artist, and it was either people that were way outside of my price range because I'm unbelievably broke, or people that I didn't think fit the indie vibe. And then she found this guy, JD Benefield, and he quoted us quite a low price, all things considered, because he was like, I don't have that much experience making capsules. I don't really do that. Mostly I make VTuber art. So, yeah, so I can give it a try. And then he made it, and I love the way it turned out. I really, really like the capsule art. I think it has a nice indie vibe, but also storytelling of what's going on, where it's like, you know, you fight a bunch of cool enemies in a cool area. So, my capsule is free. Didn't you make it yourself? I think if you had to spend your own development time on it, that's not free. For anyone who doesn't know how to eat chicken, often we human use mouth to eat chicken. Don't mind the quirky one. Yeah, first you open up, boom, and then you put the chicken in, and then you chew, and you make sure you chew thoroughly, and then you swallow. That's kind of the whole vibe. Maybe it was like $400 if you count buying a drawing tablet in Clip Studio. I'll have to sit down and draw my own capsule for 2 or 3 days straight. I tried to draw my own capsule. It didn't turn out that good. And I decided, like, I was doing it. I was like, I could continue trying to improve this for a long time. But I'm just going to get a professional to do it. I think it's going to turn out much better to get a professional to do it. Even if I spend like the next like week just improving my own drawing. So, but I'm really happy with the way it turned out. I think it's really nice. And I love the, like, what is it called? I'm forgetting the name, but if I show my screen, you can see it. If I go to my desktop view, this little view with Isadora's face in the capsule. I love this little view with her like angry little face right there. I love this small version. It's so nice. Yeah. 0 views. Oh, easy dub. Yeah. So So I need to really improve this. But getting Silksong and Hollow Knight here. Dead Cells, that's a good fit. Dark Souls 3, don't know how you ended up here. Terraria, not really that similar to Terraria, but that game did sell a lot, so nice to have it here. Blasphemous 2 and Celeste, I think, are good pulls. Rain World's a good pull. I don't know what Demon Tide is. Liza P. Don't really know how you fit in here either. Mio, I think Mio's a good fit as well with the setting. Nine Souls, love to have that in here. I don't recognize Funny Raccoon Game. Wow, that's a wild. Ori Will of the Wisp, that's good to get in here. Well, how is Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach? This is a single player survival horror robot first person VR thing. How is this related to a 2D action indie Metroidvania platformer? What? How is this here? I truly don't understand. Castlevania, we got Castlevania in here. I'll take that. Sonic, I don't know how that ended up here, but sure. Prince of Persia, nice. Blasphemous and Animal Well, nice. I think that's a good just like this section. Although I have no idea. No, how is Five Nights at Freddy's here, man? Wait, where was it? Where were you at Five Nights at Freddy's? How are you here? How are you related to what I'm doing at all? Well, if you can't beat him, join him. Because of the difficult tag. That's so funny. Just like, well, both the games are kind of hard. So, didn't know Isadora as a mascot horror game. Yeah, I kept it under wraps for a long time. I might have tricked you with the whole different art style and different gameplay and different everything, but eventually we get there. So, next is Funny Raccoon Game. I can't find the Saturday of presentations thing in Discord. It's if we go to the sharing and feedback section, it's the forum and it's called Straight Up Showcase Saturday. As you scroll down, underneath there's the community category, and then under the community category there is the sharing and feedback category, and then it goes share your work, promo post, resource sharing, and then Showcase Saturday. So that's where you can post it. Even before Ori, right? It's like, what's more similar to this game than Ori? Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach. So, I know this is quite pessimistic, but what if Isadora's Edge fails, what's next? Well, it depends on what you mean by fails. If Isadora's Edge doesn't make its money back, there's like a different kind of failure. If people just don't like it, right? If people think the game's not good, I'll probably just try to fix it. If like I'm getting negative reviews, negative feedback, if people don't like it, then I'll try to figure out why they don't like it and make changes, probably, right? And if people do like it and it just doesn't sell a lot of copies, then I will maybe try promoting it differently, or maybe just move on to the next game. Something like that. My game is really buried down in the list. Should I bump it up? Yeah. I think if you're still waiting for your game to get played and you're still hanging out in stream, go ahead and post put it there. But I think I need to go through the list and close posts from games I already played so that I can get organized on the list again. Cause I think I built up a lot of cruft. And now that I have the virtual machine working, I think, reorganizing the list based on being able to play downloadable games would be good. So, Shovel, you should work with me after Isadora to make the best rogue slop ever. I mean, that's a strategy. That's a strategy for sure. It's like if Isadora's Edge doesn't make the money I spent on development back so that I'm like still in the red after it and I can't afford to pay an artist, then finding some people who want to work with me to do some kind of rev share or something would probably be the way to go, because obviously already spending all my money on one game, I can't afford to do that again. So I can't just like hire artists again, but finding people who want to be a team, that could be a good strategy. So we'll see how it goes, Do games have to be available on a platform Showcase Saturday? Are download links okay? Download links are okay now, as long as they're downloaded from itch or on Steam. I won't pull from Google Drive. But yeah, itch or Steam is fine. I'm curious, how big is this list? There are so many games. But Insandio went through every stream and categorized all the games I played and made like a big like Google spreadsheet with which games I played, how long I played them for, who posted them and stuff. So I have a definitive list of each game I played and which stream it's in, which she made so that we can organize the long form videos that we make, decide which games go in the long form, in what order, to try to keep those interesting as well, right? Start with 2D pixel art, then go to 3D or whatever. And so I have a list of all the games I played. So I need to collate that against the Discord forum so I can keep it all organized. So I wish I could afford teammates, but I like doing all the jobs, so maybe I don't wish that. It's kind of a balancing act, right? Where it's like if you have teammates, that means they can help you and they can improve stuff, and they can also take on work. But it doesn't mean you don't. It doesn't mean that you don't get to do certain stuff if you still want to do it. It's just figuring out how to split the work and stuff. So, my game is a Mediafire download. Is that okay? You should open it in. You should post an itch. I think that's the best way to do it. Shovel to download my game. I'll send you pictures of the code and you have to rewrite it. Yeah, just open Godot and copy and paste all this in. But it's going to be a picture, so you're actually going to have to type it directly. I think that's the best way to share your game. It would be great to see you play mine, but I'm glad it wasn't sooner, as I had lots of bugs that I fixed from itch feedback. Nice. Yeah. I think that's a benefit too, is like make sure that you submit the build of your game you want to see played so that I'm not playing a version where you're like, yeah, it has lots of problems. And then I point out the problems you already know about. And it's like, well, I already knew all that stuff. So might have been good to get different feedback. So I think those are some good advice, but okay. It's already been quite a wit. I already posted where you mentioned on Saturday. It's called The Dark Days. Nice. Okay. Can you draw or render the game frame by frame on line paper? Thank you. Yeah, and then just like flip book it in front of the camera. That's how we do it. Mine's on an old USB stick you have to find in a landfill. Yeah, we're starting an ARG experience for you to find the game to play. First, you're going to solve a series of cryptic puzzles. Go back through the stream and decode all the messages I've sent you so far. Look at only the capital letters. That'll lead you to the coordinates. Okay. Hi guys, it's me with food. Lucky. Oh, I love food. I love eating food. I love thinking about food. I love watching videos about food. If you're like, Shovel, were you working really hard on Isadora's Edge last night? I could say yes, but I could also say I was laying in bed watching YouTube shorts of people making street food. Oh my God, I wish I could make an awesome ARG, but again, I only have 200 subs. No one would engage with it. That is something that I've considered. Making an ARG would be so fun, especially considering I have enough of an audience that you guys could probably actually solve very esoteric clues. But also a lot of work. Maybe I should do like an Isadora's Edge ARG or something to hype it up, like the demo release or something. I don't know, but it sounds fun. I never got food shorts. You can't eat it. What are you gawking at? I look at it and then I look at Insandio and then I point at the food and then I go, And then she's like, yeah, it does look good. And then I scroll to the next one and I'm like, you know, boom. Dude, but I had the greatest experience of all time because Insandio, first, I've mentioned before, Insandio went to school for culinary arts, right? Insandio is like a professional chef. And she made some cooking videos. She made like YouTube shorts about cooking, right? I think she might have either unlisted or privated those at this point. If you go check her shorts page, maybe you could find her cooking videos, maybe not, I don't know. But in any case, she she posted a cooking short. And so I was on YouTube. I see that she posted. I get my notification. I watch the YouTube short of her cooking the meal. And I was like, dang, that looks good. And then I walked upstairs and there the food was that I just watched in the short. Let me tell you, that's the greatest experience of all time. Watching a cooking short and then walking upstairs and eating the food from the video that was on my phone. That was sick. So highly recommend. Dude, Insandio is so awesome. I agree. I would +2 that greatly. I'm hungry now. Thanks. You're welcome. Glad I could help. Last time I tried to cook, I accidentally exploded the eggs in my hands. Highly recommended. Lyra's like, yeah, that's a good idea. Let me just go. First, I'll go marry someone who is a professional chef. And then I'll convince them to make content about it. Yeah. Last night I made myself basically some chicken tikka masala, although I'm trying to eat healthy, so I didn't use as much butter as I would have liked. It was mostly onions, garlic, mushroom, tomato, really cooked it down. And then I overcooked the shit out of some chicken breast. I way overcooked it. Was not my goal. Oops. But you know, chicken breast is something I'm always so bad at working with. I always overcook it because I'm always afraid of undercooking it and getting sick. So I always cook it for so long every time. But I've gotten really good at making the base sauce out of like tomatoes, onions, and stuff. So, I once tried. Oh, yo, man, what's good? I love the shorts content with the tips. They're for sure much helpful since I'm a junior so far. Much love. Hey, glad they could help you, Greek dude. Glad they could help you. Best I can make is French toast. I mean, if you can make a good French toast, I really want to learn how to make those like fluffy souffle pancakes. That I tried them in Japan. I got some in Tokyo, and they were so good. I would love to learn how to make those. I think it's mostly about like really whipping the egg whites to get a lot of air into them and then cooking them slowly with like a lid on to keep the steam in or whatever. So they jiggly, but, I tried to crack them, but I was met with the deadly, you apply too much force explosion. I once tried to boil eggs without water. I'm gotta tell you, you weren't really trying to boil them then, huh? Mr. Shovelman, I'll ask again, do you think you'll find any time at all to try my game that I've created? I think you're not on the list for today. Unless I just happen to play, unless the games that I've picked are very short. If I end up playing a lot of short games, then maybe, but, I can make crepes, but that's it. I mean, crepes are, depending on what you're trying to make with the crepes, you get like the pancake batter, make it really thin. I guess crepe batter, really thin out the batter and then, put stuff in it. But I think it turned out pretty good. Failed the IRL QTE. True. But yeah, I think being able to cook for yourself is a very valuable skill. I was going to say for a game developer, I mean, just in general, but also I think, trying to keep your costs low, make it easier. The more money you can save by being able to cook for yourself and not needing to spend as much because you can, make yourself delicious, cheap, healthy meals by buying ingredients and cooking them up, the less you need to make from your game to sustain yourself. So, who was it? It was Ninja Brian that gave that advice, right? That like, if you're a creative person, one of the best things you can do is keep your operational costs very low. So, what do you think about motion input? Often it is applied only on fighting games. Is it okay to apply on other games such as Metroidvania? Yeah, I think so. Symphony of the Night. Once you have unlocked Richter, you can play as Alucard, right, in the base game, but you can also play as Richter. He's like an unlockable character, kind of. And he uses motion input where like you can do different attacks based on your motion. Even Alucard does that too. You can like learn like the teleporting attack where if you do the motion input, you can teleport and shoot fireballs. Now, as Alucard, I never really did the motion inputs, but when I played as Richter, I did the motion inputs all the time. So, and I think it works great. It's just like a matter of making sure you design around it. So, being able to cook is an insane skill that isn't respected enough. Speaking as someone who got filtered by the difficulty floor. Yeah, I think cooking is a skill that you can improve at, and it's very valuable to improve at. And it's just something you have to like really put in the time and effort to like learn. And luckily I have a professional who's very good at it that can watch me and be like, but you're doing that wrong. Or it'd be better to do this, or why are you doing it like that? Lots of helpful tips, that like teach me my mistakes. It can be easy to make like you can cook food and then you taste it and you're like, that's not good, and not know why. So having someone who can explain to me where I went wrong, and help me not make the same mistakes next time is very, very valuable. So, spamming Soul Steel in Symphony of the Night is OP. That's dang true. That's dang true. Keep your operational costs low, live with parents to save rent is smart. True. That's what me and Insandio have talked about it a lot, where it's like, yeah, if we go 2 in the red while working on Isadora's Edge, we're just going to move back in with our mother-in-law, with my mother-in-law, her mother. Which means I would go live in China, baby. But, you got to save money if I run out of money. So, can Insandio make a tutorial for complete cooking noobs? I can only make sandwiches. Insandio about to release her series, Cooking for Game Devs. If you're a game developer and you know how to make video games, think of the rice. It's sort of like a control node. Living in China sounds cool. Yeah, I mean, I love China. China was a very fun place to visit for sure, especially Shenzhen. Shenzhen is like, they call themselves like what, the city of the future or whatever, and I think it's pretty accurate. But I don't really speak Chinese very well. I think I've told the story before, but I went into this place that sells egg tarts, and I wanted to ask them if they take cash. Like, do they accept cash? Because I didn't have the WeChat Pay or whatever. All I had was cash. And I wanted to ask them, do they take cash? But instead, I said, give me your cash. So I tried to rob that place, I guess. And then I went back in there later with Insandio, and she ordered the egg tarts, and they were like, "Oh, he's just stupid." So, control node mentioned. You know my response from there. Question about Isadora's Edge. Does it require dual sticks, or will it be able to be played with arcade sticks? I love playing with my arcade joystick, but lots of games require dual sticks these days. Yeah, I don't think it'll need dual sticks. I think you can play it with just arcade stick. Yeah, I think that should be fine. A shovel robbery. I said, give me your money. But dude, I love egg tarts. Egg tarts are one of my favorite desserts. Love them so much. Egg tarts are so good. I go crazy for some egg tarts. I accidentally tried to ask a random deaf couple for their driver's license in my store like 10 times in a row. But okay. We chatted for a while. I think I should probably play some. Oh my goodness. Atomic Operations. Atomic Operations sent 10 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. That's incredible. Can we get some +2s for Atomic Operations? And who got hit? Who got hit? Let's see. We got Printer, 7A45, The Ham Hog, Nunyo, Uniao Sorvtica. I didn't say that right. Nightmare 12 Ghost, Frida SF, Belland VT, Kenyanya Mariam 5088, Jesse is better than you, and Adrian Gonzalez 777. Let's go. Thank you so much, Atomic Operations, and welcome all of the people who just got hit with a gifted membership. That's so nice. That's awesome. Thank you so much. I think I don't have my desktop audio, so you guys can't hear the notifications for the memberships. But that's awesome. Dang, that's so cool. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. What does +2 mean? It's just like a show of support, basically. Like, that was good. It's actually secretly counting up the score in the back end, where whenever you say +2, whoever is getting +2'd gets more points. That way, eventually, I can rank my chatters in a tier list. Dude, chatter tier list sounds so funny. Oh my goodness, another 5 gifted memberships from Atomic Operations. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Let's see who got hit. We got Hauto 803, Rodrigo Orpinel 7481, Siplact, Kutora Sekai 1067, and Martin Omingione. Martino Mingione is probably how to say that. Is it a +3? Yeah, I think Atomic Operations is at like a +15 at this point. Like, chatter tier list S, IDT. I think S tier right now is Atomic Operations. I think right now they're in dead first place. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And also to everyone who got hit with a gifted membership, welcome. You can find the wallpapers in the posts on my channel, and you can also check out the Isadora's Edge Discord. Thank you, Atomic Operations. I really appreciate that. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Another wave incoming. Thank you. That's competitive chatting. Yeah, dude, for some reason, I really do find the idea of a chatter tier list very funny. I considered doing it for like an April Fool's video, but then eventually I'm going to hurt someone's feelings, right? So Atomic Operations with another gifted membership. Thank you, Atomic Operations. We've hit Waffled. Welcome to the squad. Don't like YouTubers and Twitch streamers and stuff usually have like a phrase they say or something, you know, welcome to the doghouse. That's so stupid. But thank you. Insane how I'm never in the shotgun spread strike zone. Yeah, Monarch, you've missed quite a lot of gifted subs. That's very funny. It's okay. You can put me in dead last so you can do this bit. All right. Glad I got your permission, Nikki. Well, welcome to the doghouse. So stupid. I don't know why that's so funny to me. Yo, welcome to the doghouse. Welcome to the shovel inbounds. Yeah, welcome to the shed. Although I also tell the mods to take people out back behind the shed, so I don't know if you want to be invited to the shed. So I haven't heard someone do that for a while, but I remember that. Maybe I haven't watched streamers in a long time. I used to watch Sneaky from C9. I watched his stream quite a bit back in the day. Who else did I used to watch? I watched Atrioc stream a little bit. I watched Northern Lion stream a little bit, but I haven't watched streams in a long time. At best, I will catch their YouTube videos every once in a while, but welcome to the pit. Welcome to the pit. I was going to encourage people to jump into the pit in Discord, so. Virtual was welcome to the vibe. Ah, okay, I see. Not bad. This is my second hit. Ham Hog said, I got a big target on my back. Them gifties just keep coming to me. But thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That's very nice. As compensation for not getting hit, I will win Shovel Jam twice in a row. I wish you the best of luck with that, Monarch. We will, in the next jam, whenever it happens, we'll definitely still have the 4-person team limit. So I think your like Omega squad that you formed will have to get broken up into smaller teams, but we'll see how that fracture goes. the great Devil May Fly divorce. Which games are you excited to play today? Oh, thank you for that great segue. Because let me open it up. Gotta turn on my virtual machine for the first time in forever. Oh, I made a post on the server. Looking forward to receive feedbacks and reactions. Compared to others, my game may be considered lame. Oh, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Everyone's moving at their own pace. And also, let's get. Why is there an ad on my screen? What the hell? Oh, I was downloading games from Itch. Don't worry about it. All right, let's get this open. All right, downloading. All right, and let's hope this works out. I was testing it pretty thoroughly. I even did a recording as well to make sure that it like wouldn't run into issues while I was like live, but you can never know for sure. You can never know for sure until you just stress test it. Go to downloads. Boom. Oh, I need to make a new folder. Okay. I'm just setting this game up. Don't mind me. I do actually think I want to find a team for the next Shovel Jam. That would be hella fun. Yeah, I mean, I think you're going to be a hot commodity, right, Luna? We all know that you're kind of a game jam genius, so. My 4-person team is 1-person big. Watch as I handle both code and art. I mean, your art style is very good, right? I mean, I like your anime visual novel approach. I think, Monarch, as long as you focus on doing the rogue slop elements effectively, the more you lock in on that, the better you'll do. All right. Let's see if this will open. Turn the volume down a little bit. Maybe I also need to adjust the volume. Okay, adjust the volume here. And I can turn it back up here. All right, let's see how this sounds. How's the volume level for that music? Is it good? Oh my gosh, Atomic Operations. Let's see, with a super chat. Thank you so much for the super chat. Let me read it. Shovel, can I still upload a game for today? It's old, but I'm revamping it, making it a 3D game. The old one's in Penguin Mod, a turbo work on it. Yeah, throw it in Showcase Saturday. If you link it, I can play that one next. But yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Yeah, especially it's a turbo warp game, an old turbo warp game you're revamping. Maybe the audio a little lower. Okay, a little lower. Oh. It really doesn't want to let me change it. Okay. What about right there? I think that's hitting pretty good. Boom. Nice. Holy shit, they bought their way to the front of the queue. Now it's too low. Got it. Turn it back up. How's that? I think that's hitting pretty good. Nice. Okay. I think this is right in the middle. It's hitting at -30 consistently, which is I think where I need to aim at. All right. Thank you, Elijah, for the real-time audio support. Yeah, peak audio management. Yeah, after sending 15 gifted subs to the community, I think I owe Atomic Operations a little consideration. Pay to win. Nice. Okay. And now it's telling me to activate Windows. Thank you. All right. Now I need to full screen this. How do I do that? I'm a genius. I figured it out. Okay, maybe I need to restart the game now that I've full screened it. We'll get there. I'll figure out how to use this VM. Believe you me. Okay, maybe it just doesn't go full screen. That's fine. All right. So if I'm right, we should be able to see the virtual machine now. Is it working? And you all can hear it as well. I think we're good. You can get rid of the activate Windows thing with a dubiously legal GitHub tool. That's probably a good idea, although I think it's behind me, right? So I think I'm safely hiding it with my big old body. So it's not going to be bothering anyone, ideally. Okay. Perfect. All right, now let's just hope that this works. We got Runebound. Also, Insandio went through all the Showcase Saturdays and like watched them, so she gave me quite a lot of feedback. So I'm going to try to incorporate that and see how much more useful I can be. All right. Okay. Would I like to play the tutorial? I probably should. Oh, the art style is so cute. Oh, nice. I think, yeah, the little interactable details in the environment are a nice way to sell people on like wanting to move around and interact with stuff, you know? Just makes it feel like the world's a little more alive. Additionally, just as soon as I get into this scene, there's like a lot of motion. Like the plants are wiggling back and forth. There's like a snowy particle effect. The scene feels very alive, you know? As soon as the game starts, it's not like, you know, I'm just in a flat void. But now I need to figure out where to go. Oh, okay. Tutorial focusing. Runeman has a unique reload system called focusing. When you run out of mana, you'll be forced to start focusing in order to slowly regain your mana. A focus icon will appear above your head to indicate that you were focusing. If you're in a tight spot, you can cancel your focus to fire a spell immediately. However, doing so will temporarily increase the cost of spells and the time it takes to restore your mana. Canceling your focus should only be done if your build works around it or if it means life and death. Okay. So I should wait for my focus to come all the way back. So I'm spending my mana in the top left. And then once my... So what if I... Okay, I lost focus. Okay. Got it. All right. Focus system seems interesting. I see. Okay. How do I get out of here? Is there... Oh, there's a path to the right. Okay. Wait for my reload. Nice. Okay, not bad. And I got staff. Tutorial. Every enemy in Runeman has a chance to drop the weapon they are using. Staffs? Isn't the plural of staffs actually staves, like S-T-A-V-E-S? Staves can differ in all sorts of ways, and deciding what staff to use will make a significant difference in your build. Every staff has different stats, but they also come in different forms, like projectiles, AoE, and beams. They can come in all different elements. Elements are different schools of magic and can hurt certain enemies more or less. They are fairly important for creating a strong build. Okay. I got a new... Oh, this one's a lot slower than my previous one. It uses a lot of mana, too. Okay, what if I pick up this one? Is it different? Okay, I'm not sure if I can tell these apart. Is there a way to, like, read them? Yeah. Okay, so you, the tutorial gave me a lot of information immediately on how the staves work, how the staffs work. I wonder if I'm supposed to pronounce it staves, like it's S-T-A-V-E-S anyway. Anyway, that's not important. That is not important to focus on. But what is important is that you gave me a lot of information about how these staves work. But I don't know how to read the staff. I don't know how to look at all those different details. You said they come in a lot of different like elements and different AoE and different types, but I don't know if they're going to have different pictures too, right? So are these just two of the exact same staff? Or is there a way for me to figure it out more? I would say probably what you would want to do in this room, since this is a tutorial room, you probably just want to make only one enemy drop a staff so that people can just pick it up and play with it. Also, for tutorialization purposes, because this is probably not going to extend into a full run, I would consider making the staff they pick up here quite powerful, just to give them an immediate like dopamine hit, you know, really sell the idea of doing your build. Runes. Every level will have a runesmith room where you can enchant your weapons with runes that improve the base stats and effects of your staff. It costs 10 Megan to buy or upgrade a rune. Runes are local to the staff they are binded to, meaning you will only get the effects of the rune from the staff you enchanted. Every staff has a total of 3 rune slots, but you can have up to 3 different runes. But you can also level up your runes to enhance the effects. Okay. Oh my gosh, I like this blacksmith art. That's cute. Okay. What you got for me? I can buy a bouncy rune. Projectiles can bounce plus 1 times off wall. Spells travel 10% faster with the staff, or the staff has a 10% chance to land a critical hit. Okay, that's tough. Is this my Megan? I don't know what I'm spending to buy this. It seems like I might be spending the one thing I have up here, but it'd be good if you put the cost somewhere on here. Unless it's just free, in which case I'll take that. Okay, let's take a bounce. Sure. I didn't spin the thing. Can I just get another one? Oh, is it each room I can only use it one time? Oh, and there I can remove runes. Okay, what's the anvil do? Okay, so I get one rune for free. Seems like, but now they bounce. Okay. Yeah. So even though I read through that big, huge tutorial text, I'm still a little bit confused on what exactly to do. And also, these paths are a little bit hard to see without looking up at the minimap here. Maybe for the first room of the tutorial, you put like a big arrow that points at the exit so people know what to do. You don't need to do it forever, but it's something that could be valuable. Oh, did I leave the tutorial? Hold on. Okay, let me just... Oh, whoa, the staff... Wait, is the staff I left behind still here? Okay, that seems like it's probably a bug. I'll just wait for this to recharge. I think I might have left the tutorial early. Oh, a chest appeared. I didn't see that last time. Oh, I get an artifact. Whenever you apply a status effect, apply +1 more. Lightning spells deal extra damage. Ice spells deal extra damage. Well, I don't think this is lightning or ice damage. So I guess I'll just take the status effect. Okay. I got this staff. Okay. Cost 10 Megan to buy or upgrade a room. Is this my Megan? Okay. Spells deal 10% more damage. Pierce through one enemy. Staff fires faster. Okay, I want the faster because this fires so slowly. Can I upgrade at the... Oh, I spent 10 that time. What? Did I keep the... Oh, okay. I'm a little bit confused on like the economy of stuff here. It's like last time it didn't look like I spent my runes, but maybe I spent them as soon as I clicked on them, you know? Spells will apply 1 stack of bleed on hit. Okay, since I apply extra status effect, that seems like a good combo. All right. I think I might have jumped the gun on leaving the tutorial before, but maybe I didn't. Right, I get 2 stacks of bleed per hit. That's a nice little build right there. I don't mind that. I don't know what I picked up. Was that a heal? That was probably health. That was probably healing, but it's not clear. And although it looks like I can take these paths to the side, I actually can't. That's interesting. This room looks like one where you could only take the path up out of it, but there are like these tiny little entrances that are like hard to notice. But this room feels like you could easily go to different rooms around it, but instead you can't. So there's like a little bit of a break between the expectations there. But okay. Looks like I'm good to actually play the game. Okay. The only path I can't go is the one that doesn't have a wall in the way. That is a little bit confusing from expectation management. Okay, there's more enemies here than in the tutorial, which is probably to be expected. Oh my gosh. Okay. I already took 1 damage. Maybe they'll spawn me a little milk. Oh. Any good spawns or anything? Nope. Okay, but I have 13 Megans, so... I probably don't want to upgrade my base staff. I probably want to find a better staff before I spend my Megans. It's dog. I lost my focus. Alright, I got my healing, but I still don't have a better staff, so I should keep searching for a better staff, I think. Okay. I don't know if that's a better staff, but it's a different staff, so we take those. Ah. Okay, I only lost half a heart for getting hit there. That's nice. I thought I only had 3 health, but it seems like I actually have. Alright. We got a new staff. Boom. This one shoots slower and costs more mana, so I can be a little bit more intentional with my shots. But let's go get an upgrade for it. Buy a rune with my Megans. Alright, so when I click on him, I go from 16 to 6. There we go. That's good. That's like a little unclear. And plus, I think it would feel better if the costs were above these, so it didn't just cost 10 every time. And then you don't need the tutorial screen that tells me they cost 10 every time, because they cost based on what the rune is. And then you can balance the runes based on their cost. And then you can give a cost to restocking the runes as well, so that you can re-roll for stuff, rather than just, you know, -10 on click. That's the first thing that comes to me. Killing enemy rewards more Megan. That's always good. Spells travel faster, or spells deal more damage. Oof. I want more Megans, actually. Give me more Megans on this. Killing was misspelled on the rune. So now I can go to the left through this path. Oh. I see. Oh, okay, that was weird. Okay, I keep losing focus. I'm taking a lot of damage here. Ooh. Restores mana to full on kill. Runes of equipped staff are re-triggered. Okay. For each spell, increases damage and fire rate. Multiplayers increase per cast, resets on focus. Okay, so I want a lot of focus. Increases damage and fire rate. Okay. I like that. So I can send out 4 rapidly. Okay, and I got enough Megan to go back to the blacksmith, right? Okay, so let's do that. We go back to the blacksmith and we spend some Megans. Alright, boom. Pierce through one enemy, applies 1 stack of poison on it, or more Megan. Alright, let's be greedy. I really need to heal. I took a lot of damage from that last room. Let's explore to the right over here. How do I go through? I would like to go to the right, please. Thank you. How do I do that? Okay. Gotta... Okay, I can do 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, lost my focus a bunch. Okay. Well, I have the runes on this staff. And it looks like down there is like a boss enemy or something, and I didn't heal at all, so that seems a little bit risky. We send it. Oh. Why would... That room was labeled with like a skull, and I thought it was going to be a boss fight. Instead, it took me to the next level, which means I didn't even go to the chest room, which is also like a little bit unfortunate, a little bit frustrating, I think. The fact that like my expectation was I'm going to have a tough boss fight here, and then I can explore and get all my resources. Instead, I just like gave up a bunch of stuff. Okay. Oh. Good hands. Caught that bullet, don't mind me. Can they drop some healing, please? I'm getting cooked, dude. Oh. Didn't even mean to go through there, but... Nice, okay. At least we... It only heals half a heart? That's brutal. Okay. The red bullets in the red room are hard for visibility. True, true. It's something you can consider changing. It wasn't too tough for me to spot them, but I could see it being an issue, especially... Uh-oh. I lost my focus. Ah, okay. And I'm dead. All right, let's restart. Okay, I was not particularly happy with that run, so I'm more than happy to restart. All right, took some damage. Okay. Takes forever to respawn, to get my focus back. Okay. Oh my gosh, another wave of enemies. I was not ready for that. So, like, if the enemies surround you, there's basically no way out of it, right? Well, take this staff. Seems better than the staff I was using, at least. Which makes sense. It's the basic staff. Oh my gosh. Nice. Okay. Shoot 4 times if I have focus. Alright. I'm happy to try a different... Oh, it's super short range. It's like a shotgun. Is there like a dash or something I'm just not using? Feels like a lot of these attacks are built around using a dash or something to dodge them. Nice. Okay, not nice. I'm dead. All right, let's try again. Yeah, I'm getting the instinct that the game is probably a little bit too unforgiving early on. It's like you want people to get invested in their run and have a lot of chances to, like, level up. But I feel like these multi-wave rooms right at the beginning, and it really makes it, I feel like, pretty easy to die early, which is not what you want for a roguelike, right? You want people to get their runs off the ground. How come that time the mill killed me for a whole heart instead of half a heart? I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Okay, this guy is scary with his shotgun blast. Okay, neither of them drop the thing. Earth spells deal 25% more damage. Lightning spells deal 20%. Stacks apply 1 stack of bleed. Okay. I feel like this like shotgun crow feather thing is really not good at all, but I'm gonna try it again anyway. Like getting close range of these enemies just seems bad, but you get a bleed on hit as well. Feels like a good synergy if I shoot out a lot of projectiles. All right, and we go to the left here. Oh, my man's is bleeding. Okay. Nice. And, alright. I got kind of lucky with the projectile getting blocked there. Lost my focus. Lost my focus again. But honestly, using up my focus there seemed like a good thing to do. Alright. Getting the bleeds. Can I go through? Yeah. So that's definitely one thing you'll want to improve. I'll say it now so I don't forget about it later. But try like wiggling myself up against the corners, boundaries of the rooms to go to the next room is a very like frustrating experience. You should really make the collider to go to the next room the size of the open area you can walk into. Staff fires faster. Spells travel faster. They apply 1 stack of poison on it. Okay, now we got a bleed poison build going on. That's pretty nice. I need some more Megan so I can keep upgrading. Nice. Well, that's it for this room. Okay, cool. I got a Megan from it. Yeah, bleed and poison stacks on hit are insane with the shotgun, though. They tick so slowly, though. Maybe good for, like, a boss or something. Nice. Would my bleed and poison, like, a crit or something? Oh, if I destroy the things on the ground, I can also get Megans out of it? That's nice. That's fun. Oh, is this a chest? Oh, okay. Restores mana to full on hit. Critical hits are guaranteed on low health. Each spell cast increases damage rate and multipliers. Okay. Resets on focus. So I just want my mana to full on kill, I think. I think more mana is really good. Okay. Got kind of cooked by the crow there. And his shotgun blast. Right, I'm just going to let that guy burn out, maybe. Yeah, I would like to let that guy burn out, but it's like ticking so slowly. Okay. You can't go this way. Yeah, that's the other thing. It's like I finished beating those enemies, and then instantly I was like, all right, I'll explore to the left here, and then I had to look up at the map to see that I can't explore. So I actually think the boundaries here, not only would it like just be more intuitive and feel a little bit better if they matched more correctly with the map, but also it lets your player just like naturally get into the flow state of wanting to explore. It's like the fact that like I beat those enemies and then instantly was like, oh, well, let's go explore over here, but I can't do that is something that's like definitely a frustration, you know? Something worth considering, because you do have these tile sets that create boundaries on the map, right? So using these tiles that create the boundaries where the boundaries are makes a lot of sense. Oh wow, this entrance is also like hidden behind trees. Yeah, it's like I think the point's pretty clear. Nice. Get my mana back. Nice. Okay, mana back on kill is really nice. I like the map layouts being more dynamic than rectangle with hazards, though. Yeah, I think the dynamic map layouts are good. You just want to make sure the entrances and exits of those map layouts align with the room you're in. Like, for example, this room over here. Like, this room's a great example Well, it's close to a great example. Because this upper path, they could have left it open like they do on the other maps, but instead there's a wall here. So I can still come up here, but I know I can't explore here. But instead you could have like cut out over here so I know it's a path. But similarly over here, you could just put the wall here and put a wall here. So that way I know I can't keep exploring and you keep the dynamic room. So it's a very, very simple change to, you can keep the room the same shape, just don't make me think that I can keep exploring, basically. All right, but I got enough Megans to upgrade. So let me go look for an upgrade. Pierce through +1 more enemies. Staff cast +1 more spell. Staff cast 1 more spell? Hold on. Oh, that's like more max mana, basically. I think. Okay. Okay, I see why the Megans are a static cost now, because that lets me know I can come back to him and use my Megans to upgrade again. That's interesting. I wonder if that's like ideal, you know? Uh-oh. Oh. Okay, got him. Okay, this guy's a teleporter. Boom. I do wonder if it would be good. I don't want to upgrade my staff. I kind of got a build going on right now. Yeah, it's like I can't actually explore to the left here. Okay. Dodging. Boom. I missed. Boom. All right, there we go. All right, and we got another milk. That one's also only a half heart. I don't know what's the difference. Maybe it's like the... Maybe the milk containers are like different sizes, and I just didn't notice that. Okay, yeah, the mana reset on kill improves the gameplay so dramatically that it might be worth just making that how the combat works rather than an upgrade. Because the fact that it, like, right now, if I shoot 2 shots like this, right? That means my mana doesn't regen over time, which maybe that's something to consider as well. But that means my next fight I'm going into without mana, so I should always wait and refill my mana between rooms, which is not fun, right? That's not really a fun gameplay pattern, right? You don't want the player to be in a situation where it's like, all right, I finished beating those enemies. Now, before I go to the next room, I should stand here, shoot twice, and then refill. So one way you can get around that, one decision that would eliminate that issue, is if you just make the mana refill when you go into a new room. And do you? Let's find out. No. So that's something I would consider for sure, because that improves the gameplay dramatically. Then, on top of that, I think the enemies restoring mana on kill is just like a very fun mechanic. Oh, I have enough for another upgrade though. Boom. Spells travel faster. They cost less mana. Oh, 1 stack of bleed on hit. Okay, so now I get 2 stacks of bleed and 1 stack of poison on hit. That's nice. All right, next level. I kind of got a good build going. Where'd my awesome weapon go? Where'd my awesome weapon go? What the hell? Where's my awesome weapon? What happened? Why did I lose my cool weapon? Oh, I kept the runes, but I lost my shotgun blast. That must just be a bug. That must be a bug. There's no way that's intended, because that is rough. 1 stack of poison on hit, 1 stack of bleed. We already have 2 stacks of bleed, so let's get 2 stacks of poison. Okay. And then let's get back to full mana. Okay. Right. And I reset mana on kill, so I should just be spamming. And if I ever end up... Oh. Yeah, there's another issue with the lack of clarity on the transitions. Is I did not mean to go into this room. I wanted to wait for a second. But because I wasn't clear that I was going to transition there, I just like straight up went into the next room. Oh, but nice. I got to keep that milk for later, so. Okay. We go through here. Oh, that's a new staff. But I lose my runes, right? If I equip a new staff, so I don't want to do that. Yeah, that's an interesting design thing. If my runes are equipped to the staff I'm on, and I can't change it. I need to focus. Yeah. If the runes are equipped to the staff I have, not just by default there, that really discourages me from changing a staff mid-run. To the point that I must be wrong about it. I must have misread that. Let me test it. No. It looks like it is on the staff, right? Well, the staff stays here, so I can actually go test it directly. That staff should still be here when I come back. So if I shoot these enemies... Yeah, okay. So the runes are specific to the staff. That is like fundamentally goes against the design you kind of built together. You know? Okay, let me go get my staff back. Because you have a system where you upgrade the staff you have. So if you're upgrading the staff you have, you never want to change your staff. That's like a fundamental design issue, I think. Every run, people just are going to want to stick with the staff they have their runes on, right? Oh, is that a treasure chest? Maybe I get another relic. I don't mind another relic. Okay. So ice spells deal more damage. Grants a heart container. Okay, I want the heart container. I don't even know how to tell what type of damage I'm doing. Am I doing ice damage? I have no idea. That's just an issue where the dev has more knowledge than the players. It's easy to see how the dev got into a situation where they know which staff are doing which kind of damage. If I press escape, if I go to my equipment... Yeah, I can't actually read anything about what I have equipped. So the dev probably knows if I'm doing ice or lightning damage, but I have no way to tell. And since I don't know how to tell, like, those upgrades are pretty meaningless to me. Yeah, dude, my build is sick. So many poison and bleed stacks. Nice, nice, okay. And, ooh, and I can get my half heart back. Okay. I missed too many shots, but that's fine because I get my mana back on kill. Okay. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, no. I'm taking too much damage. But luckily, I got that extra heart container, baby. It's flawless. Okay, before I go to the next room, I need to empty all my shots so I get my focus back. Okay. Through here. Okay. Not bad. Boom. And nice, nice, nice. Okay. Ooh, and a whole heart from that container. No idea how to tell why, but I'll take it. Okay, cool, cool. Oh, and I have 19 Megans. That's almost 2 upgrades. Okay, another stack of poison, another stack of bleed. I feel like the poison is doing damage faster than the bleed, so I should do more poison. Although I wish I still had my shotgun. I lost my focus. Oops. Hard to imagine I lost my focus when I reset my mana on kill, but, you know. Now that my mana resets on kill, I could consider taking the relic that lets me attack faster. More poison, more spell. I think actually one more spell sounds good, because that'll do 3 bullets, right? Yeah, okay, that's nice. Oh, when it says cast 1 more spell, it means increase the projectile count by 1. That's something that you want to make way more clear, because when I'm using the shotgun weapon, +1 projectile is pretty meaningless. But when I'm using a weapon that only shoots 1, increased projectile is much more powerful. But it doesn't say +1 projectile, it says +1 spell. And so when I took that with the shotgun weapon, I thought I was going to get 2 shotgun blasts, but instead I get just +1 projectile in the shotgun itself. So that's definitely something you want to be extra clear on, because that changes the build math quite a lot. Oh, nice. Okay. My build is getting ridiculous. Nice. All right. Easy money. Easy money. Gotta get some more Megans. Uh-oh. Okay. Took some damage. Not bad. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Nice. Boom. Huge damage, huge damage. I feel like I'm no longer having any struggle at all with these enemies. Also, I feel like I'm getting way more potion drops and stuff than I was before. But maybe I am wrong about that. Did I explore everything? I think I did. But I got 10 Megans. It's upgrade time, baby. Boom. Yeah, let's take another spell. Now we get 4 shots per attack. I think that's really quite good, especially considering each bullet applies poison and bleed. So we got some synergies going on. Oh, that's the end. Okay. Nice. All right, let me mute this and we can give some feedback. So let's think critically about this game. We gave a lot of feedback along the way, but let's think about like the core design ideas here and what we need to do. What would improve this game dramatically? So if we think about what's the intended player experience, like what's the thing that's going to make this fun? First, getting a build, right? I was really satisfied with having 4 projectiles, and each one of the projectiles applies multiple stacks of poison and multiple stacks of bleed, right? That was fun, hitting those synergies, right? So getting all the synergies built on top of each other is very satisfying. But one thing that's really important is being able to use those synergies, right? We need the difficulty to continue ramping up so that the cool build I have going like has a reason to exist. But I think right now the game's difficulty curve is a little bit wrong, right? It's like these early rooms are quite a bit more difficult than once you have a build going. Once you have a build going, these kind of enemies are like pretty meaningless. It's very easy to deal with them. And so these early rooms take a long time to get through, and you have a high chance of taking damage. And so you spend more time in the game in this difficult weak stage than you do at your really cool build strong stage. And that's something I definitely think you want to consider rebalancing, right? It's like ideally you spend more time in your very strong, have a cool build going phase. It's like this room right here where I'm fighting these weak enemies with my weak staff. This is like, it's fine. It's not that fun, but the point of it is to get me to the fun part. But when I was absolutely obliterating enemies with my really cool poison bleed multiple projectile build, then I was having way more fun with the game. So ideally you get me to that state very quickly. Also, I feel like regenning mana on kill, like refilling mana on kill, is like so much better than the other way around. In general, I think that like the focus system slows down the gameplay by quite a lot. I spent a lot of time with my mana either increased because I accidentally broke focus because I was just trying to shoot, or I'm just like waiting around for my focus to come back, or like, you know, I did this, I was shooting and I accidentally lost focus. So now I have like debuffed focus until I do a refocus. And so there's like lots of little things that like stack up together to slow down the gameplay quite a lot. And so I think kind of smoothing out those edges so that you don't have all of this downtime where I'm not like playing the game, right? It's like, oops, I accidentally lost my focus. So now I have to like refocus. Okay. Yeah. In general, it just makes these early fights really slow because I'm doing so much focus management. Okay. I got pretty lucky there. And because the movement is just walking back and forth with like no like dashing or anything like that, it's also very, one-dimensional, the dodging, right? So once I have a strong staff and I can clear enemies quickly, there's not that much more to it than point at the enemies and blow them up, right? So I think that those are things to improve, is the difficulty curve, make these earlier waves easier and faster. So I don't spend so much time in this like weak state with not as much to do. And then I get to have more difficult encounters with my like better build, right? And then figure out what changes you want to make to improve the game flow and the game speed. Like, I think the focus system is interesting. I don't think it's like inherently bad, but it does slow the game down quite a lot. So you have to be very cognizant of the fact that the game has been slowed down by this focus decision while you're adding other stuff to it. Like little things, like if you're at half mana when you go into a new room, just refill the mana. So you don't have to worry about like doing the optimal like mana optimization through rooms, right? I think stuff like that. Maybe make the main character an anime girl with large asses. Lyra, please ignore me. Lyra is off the deep end in chat. Yeah. Then I would also consider the things about the game flow. It's like right now, it's very much like I keep going back to the shop every time I hit 10 Megans, which is interesting. It's interesting to be able to do that, but you could also make the shop like a one-time use. And so you want to save up your Megans, and then that gives you like an interesting decision-making point. Like right now, when you get 10 Megans, you should always go to the shop. There's no reason to delay it, right? Because you always spend 10 Megans. So you go to the shop, upgrade, do the next room. If you get 10 Megans, go upgrade again. It creates this back and forth strategy of like, as soon as you get enough to upgrade, go upgrade and come back, which causes you to bounce around, which also causes the game to be a little bit more, to progress a little more slowly, right? However, if the shop was like a one-time use thing, when you see it on the map, you finally find it, you're like, well, I have 23 Megans right now. Do I want to use my one-time use shop right now and get 2 upgrades? Or do I greed? Do I fight against more waves of enemies to try to build up to 30 Megans before I do my upgrades, right? And like those kind of interesting decision-making points are the thing that can really swing this sort of roguelike from a basic version of something that like, you know, it's kind of slow, it's kind of got some issues, to something that like is really addicting because you're making those like interesting strategic decisions as you play, right? When you think about like Isaac, right? There are plenty of interesting times to make decisions where there is like a door that costs a heart to go through, right? There's like a damage door that you have to pass through. Is it worth the 1 heart to go get the reward in there? Those kind of decisions are very satisfying. And right now this game doesn't have those kind of decisions. It's like you have this map where you can choose which room to go into next, but there's no decision making between the rooms. It's either I go back to the shop because I have 10 Megans, or I just go to the next room, right? So I think that's something you want to consider for sure, is how can you add more interesting decision-making to the rooms? Then we talked about it a little bit while we were playing, but you do have a fundamental design issue right now where changing your staff loses you all your upgrades. So like you never want to change staff. Once you get the staff you like, you should just stick with it. And I think like that's something you definitely should put some thought into, because it would be relatively easy for your runes to transfer onto a new staff when you find it. So every time you go to a new floor, you get access to new staffs that can improve the runes you have, right? I have runes that gave me more projectiles, and each projectile does like poison and bleed on hit. So a staff that shoots really fast, but shoots like 1 big projectile really fast, so I can shoot multiple big projectiles very quickly, would be pretty ideal. Whereas the shotgun blast was good for it in the beginning, but like once I have a staff that's better than that, I want to use it, right? And that lets you continue progressing in 2 avenues where you can get better staff and you can get better runes. The curse room is always freaking worth it. Yeah, and then you have people who love gambling, right? So having some like roguelike gambling mechanics to it, right? Where it's like you go into this room and you can basically gacha with your Megans. Like you put 5 Megans in and it gives you a random upgrade. And it's like, yeah, that's not as good as being able to buy your upgrade directly, but you have this currency system, right? You have an economy in here with your Megans and being able to spend them. So what are other ways to use it? Because right now, the only way to use the Megans is to spend 10 on an upgrade, which means that there is no decision making. You just, as soon as you have 10, you spend them on an upgrade. Now there is decision making on which upgrade to pick, but you need a lot of diversity in like upgrade options. And then once you have your 3 runes, the blacksmith always offers you upgrades to those 3 runes, so that even like it limits your decision making space even further because you only have 3 things to choose from. So I think that's one thing you want to think about for sure, is how do you increase the decision making space for your player so it's not just the same thing over and over again. Yeah, lightning spells, ice spells, and earth spells. What damage type does my spell do? I have no idea. Let's just guess ice, because it's blue, right? Maybe it's ice damage. Is that dealing more damage? I think my relic did upgrade it. I think I guessed correctly. I think because it's blue, it is ice, which is weird because it's a bird feather. I don't know why the bird is shooting ice. Maybe it's an ice bird. Is it an ice bird? But yeah, it's like in these kind of roguelikes, adding some way to gamble your money to get something better than you could get if you didn't gamble is classic. Is this throwing shurikens? Well, that's not ice, so I want my wing back. Yeah, and that's also a way to differentiate between the staffs as well. Is like one staff does ice damage, one staff does fire damage. So if you get runes that work really well with one staff, and then you get an artifact that increases ice damage, it's like a decision-making point. It's like, ooh, is it better to get the damage increase from the ice, or is this one better because even though it's not ice damage, it works better with my rune build, right? Those are like interesting things to think about. But on that note, right now you just leave the staff behind. Why not give me multiple equipment slots so I can carry 2 or even 3 staffs, right? Or you could make it so I can dual wield staff, so I can like left click to shoot this staff and right click to shoot the other staff, so that I have more diverse options with my build. I think there's a lot of things that you have in this game that are like a really great shell, but the actual gameplay around it is the thing that needs some work, because right now the combat, like the way you dodge, is just not that satisfying. Because it's just walking around and hoping you don't get hit. It's like, because the projectiles are quite large and my character doesn't have any really good movement options, it's like you kind of have to be locked in to dodge. And I still haven't found the blacksmith yet to buy any upgrades. So I'm still in what I would call the early... Yeah, I died before I got to do anything interesting in this run. Now, part of it was because I was running around giving feedback rather than trying to do as good as possible. But with that in mind, it's like I never got to the fun part of the run because I died too early to those enemies. Those enemies, I think, shouldn't happen before you get at least part of the way into your build, right? And so that's what I mean with the difficulty curve. It's like you want to let the player get invested in their build early, get a weapon that they like, get some runes that they like, so they have something they want to do that keeps them playing. And then if they lose, right, they lose the run, they're like, oh, that build was so sick, I want to try this other build, right? That's stuff you can do for sure. I feel like this character should have a dash. This game feels like it wants a dash. It feels like a dash fits in perfectly with what's going on. But yeah, I think that's another thing that leads to the game feeling slow. It's like you have the focus, which causes you to have to stop shooting, and then the character can't dash, and then you need to regen your mana between rooms, so you should really like empty it out to restore it, and you have to jump back and forth. So it's like there's a whole lot of design decisions that have been made that cause the game to be slow. And I think figuring out which of those design decisions you want to change to improve the overall feel would be very, very good. But on the positive side, I think the art style for this game is very attractive. I feel like the game is gorgeous. And I feel like my first impression as soon as I loaded in was like, oh, there's a lot of movement. This feels really good. That feels really good. It's like the initial impression of this game was really, really strong. And I feel like your pixel art skills are very, very good as well. So I think you have a shell here that if you rethink some of the design decisions to figure out what's going to make the game most fun for your players, you could have a roguelike that's fun to play, right? But I think efficiency rune, this feels like something that'd be fun to upgrade because of the mana. But yeah, I feel like that's something you really want to consider. It's like, how are the design decisions that you're making in here improving the player experience so that they can have the most fun possible with the roguelike elements? And what kind of gameplay are you trying to facilitate? Because right now the gameplay is very much like dodge the enemy projectiles while shooting your own, but the movement options are so limited that it doesn't really feel like dodging is like that satisfactory, right? It feels like I should just try to blow through the enemies as fast as possible. And I spend way too long in the early stages of a run rather than in the upgraded stages of a run. So I feel like those are the kind of things you want to rebalance to make it work. But the shell is really, really nice. Like you have nice sound effects, you have some nice music, everything is working pretty well. Especially the pixel art's really nice. So yeah, I think those are the things I would improve. But overall, I think you have something that could be a lot of fun. But nice. Okay, let me go to my... Oh. Oops. Wrong button. So I'm going to go use the restroom real quick, take a 1 or 2 minute break. I'll be right back and we'll go to the next game. So see you soon. Yo, one last thought occurred to me while I was walking upstairs. There's also more relics and upgrades that improve your player's capabilities rather than just upgrading your staff. Like things that make me move faster, things that give me more invulnerability frames. Like those kind of upgrades for my character rather than just my weapon are usually a thing in these kind of games that are very satisfying. So that's something I would consider adding to. You had one that gave me an extra heart, and that one felt really good. But even like, health regen, stuff like that can always be really fun. Now, health regen will incentivize people to just stand still between fights, so that's probably one you don't want to do. But in any case, just something that occurred to me. Player upgrades, not just staff upgrades. Okay. Let's go here. And let's get the next game pulled up. All right. I'm still a little bit slow at using my virtual machine, so you'll have to bear with me on that one for a bit. Okay. All right. Roguelike shine when there's an emergent combo created by cool mechanical changes caused by stacking upgrades, like a card that wants to be destroyed interacting with a card that wants you to destroy. Yeah, that's I think that's accurate. But also there are other ways that you can make cool combos. It's like I think in a lot of ways it is the emergent stuff, but also it's just like things that like stack on top of each other so you can find the cool synergies. Like I love Brotato. I think Brotato is a fantastic roguelike. And I think a lot of the fun from that comes from like stacking things together in a way that causes a lot of awesome chain reactions, When you get projectiles are bouncy, and then you get a bullet gun that can shoot a lot of bullets, and then those bullets are bouncing around. And then you get the one that's when enemies explode, they release projectiles nearby, and then those projectiles from the enemies that explode also bounce, and then you kill one enemy, and then there's like 100 projectiles bouncing around. Those things are kind of fun. So, Runebound's at 100 wishlists right now by the looks of it. Nice. I feel like they can definitely improve the game to make it a much more satisfying experience. I think the art's really nice and they have like a lot of appeal to it, but it just needs some polish around the edges. So, okay, cool. Next game, we got OG Concepts Epic Adventure, now with more silly per ounce. All right. Wait. Wants to connect to. Yeah. Remember. Let's not connect to anything. Let's deny that and let's just. I feel like going on an adventure today.
You know what that means.
All right, this is clearly quite loud. Let me turn it down. All right, hopefully that's not going to be too loud. Press left or right to move left and right. I gotta say, that walking animation, I like it. Press up to jump. Nice. We got a sound designer in chat. Oh, sorry about it. Funky hole. Dodge the funky hole. Whoa. Microwave is going sicko mode. Alright, well, nice. Easy adventure. Ooh, is that? What is that? Can I eat it? I guess not. All right, see you later. This way. Press down to crouch. Oh, that is a really good crouching animation. Whoop. Nice. There's no bug in crouching. What do you mean? Dude, using a bug to skip that level. Oh my god. Is this a boss fight? No. Not yet. Come back later. Okay.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, wait, was that Charlie?
What the dog doing?
What the dog doing? Oh man. Took away my memes. Whoa. Nice. Nice, we're gaming. We're gaming. Why can't I just pass through that? Warning, lava, okay. Just only get hurt a little bit. Nice. Nice, okay, we made it through. See you later. Oh, is it boss fight now? Is now the boss fight? Yep. There's the boss. All right, let's do it. I'm just going to mute that real fast. All right. Nice. Easy boss. Rest of the game's in progress. Thank you for playing so far. Nice. Go down the last set of stairs. It has a secret room. Okay. Secret levels. Let's go. Nice, we made it through. Let's go. We're gaming. Alright, I gotta make it through here. Just kind of randomly spamming my buttons and hoping for the best. Maybe I can do this. Hold on. I'm not seeing the solution to this one. Boing, boing, boing. Lil man's in the bottom. Oh, something's wrong here. It's missing a G. I thought the solution here was to press the G key. I was like, that's genius. But. Oh. Is that arrow? It's a boss you can't fight? Interesting. Gaming. Why does he look like the Reddit logo? True. This is a very Reddit coded game. Huh? Nice. All right. I think since this is an unbeatable boss, I think this is where the game ends. But yeah, let me mute the game and I can give some feedback. I think let's think critically about this game. I think right now this game works really well because of the fact that it is essentially a big parody, right? It's like everything in this game is more or less making fun of game design traditional concepts. You know, they expect things to work a certain way. And I think that works really well. I think, like, you know, the fact that all the sound effects are really obtrusive, and nothing really works like you expect it to. And when you fall through something, it does like the portal stuff. I think all of that stuff works really well to make an experience that's like, you know, this is essentially a big parody of a game, right? And so I think a lot of the jokes land. Like this crouching joke was really good. The fact that it's just like, just shrinks you, that's very funny. So I think there's like a lot of stuff that like just works really well with this game. Like this one, like, is this a boss fight? No, when he just leaves, like that works really well. So I feel like a lot of the stuff in this game really lands. I'd say the one thing that I would say I think you could improve with this game is making it more of a puzzle game, you know? It's like getting through the rooms is mostly just like moving and jumping, and there's like a little bit of puzzliness to it, But for the most part, you're just like running and moving, right? But it's like using the satirical mechanics of standard like game design, like the stuff that's poking fun at standard game design to build puzzles around. I think you could make like a really compelling game like that. You know, almost like those old like Newgrounds Flash games, like, you know, the Impossible Quiz and stuff like that. This almost feels like a platformer version of that, right? And so I think that you have a lot of potential here. So I think the game works pretty well as it is. And mostly it's just like, how could you expand it, I think. But I think I'm turning it into a 3D Metroidvania omni-genre game. Can I have suggestions? You mean like this character is going to be like a three-dimensional, almost like a 3D platformer with this guy, and it's going to be in a 3D space rather than 2D? I think that like that will work really well, actually, especially if there's like lots more platforming challenges and lots more like puzzle rooms using these kind of like satirical pokes at game development. I think like, and game design in general. You know, lots of references to other games, references to, you know, meme culture and stuff like that. They land really well. To really just like dissect all the joy out of this game is almost doing it a disservice, because I think it really lands how it is, right? But if you are trying to like fundamentally understand why this game works like it is, I think those are the sort of things that are leading to it, right? And I think that those would work for really well too. So yeah, I think like making this into a 3D game, I actually think this would work better as a 3D game with this character design. Like imagining him being like a little guy, right? Like the little guy genre of 3D platformer. Like a Hat in Time, you know? Like I feel like this character with the proportions of the Hat in Time character, running around and exploring with lots of characters, like poking fun at standard game design decisions. I think if we really want to, can I link the character work in progress stuff? Yeah. If you want to post it in the Discord, I can take a look. But I think the thing that really works, if we want to break this down to the game design fundamentals, are the fact that players have expectations for how the game's going to work. You know, when you press the crouch button, they expect it to be a crouching animation. So the reason this is funny is because you're breaking their expectations, right? Similarly, like with like a lot of the puzzles and stuff that you did, where it's like, where like here where you can just like move through the wall, or here where you just need to touch the lava and jump off of it. You're messing with player expectations. And fundamentally, that's why the game works, because it's all just about the player's expectations. So I think that's the way you want to think about the design for the 3D version of it. I think for the 3D version of this game, if you want to expand it into a fuller experience, think about what are the player's expectations for all the different stuff I'm doing, and how can I defy those expectations in like a comedic way, right? What's the comedy version of defying their expectations here that'll work? And I think you have a good sense of it. I think you've demonstrated you have a good sense of how to defy their expectations with this game you've put together. So I think that's really the design lens I would think about the 3D version in. So that's what I would do. But yeah, I think this game is really fun. I think this works great as like a jam game for sure. Where it's like a short, sweet experience, makes you laugh, you have fun with it, and then you move on to your next game. And I think there is definitely a lot of potential. Oh, can I show the concepts? Let me pull those up real fast. These are the work in progress stuff. Let me see. Let me see what they are. There's George and Blood Knight. Okay, so let me close OG concept. Oh, so is the concept like this song with this character? Like this Blood Knight guy? Yeah, I feel like these kind of dimensions are the ones I would imagine for like the 3D game. You know, like short, squat little guys with like, you know, a little helmet and stuff. I think the song is good too. I think the song is nice. I can imagine a fun boss fight with like a guy like this. And I think like it's a fine balance. Like you're writing a fine line when you're making like a comedy game like that, where it's like, if you take yourself too seriously, it can lose a lot of the appeal. But I can imagine like this Blood Knight guy, there's like lots of funny stuff that happens throughout the level. He plays like lots of pranks on you. Lots of expectations are defied and things change as you're continuing to play through the level. And then finally, you actually get to a boss fight with him, which can still be goofy. You know, the Blood Knight can do lots of goofy stuff. His attacks don't have to be super serious, but it can still be a fun, satisfying boss fight with this guy, right? I think that makes perfect sense. Okay, so that's the Blood Knight. Let me see. What is George? This is an ally of the OG character. Okay, yeah, I mean, a cat with jeans and big feet. This character design is great. I think this character design is really good. It makes perfect sense for a friend of George. Yeah, I love this character design. I think that's great. And then this is my friend Gorge. Gorge? It's a gourd. He's very sick. Oh, he's not a cat? He sure looks like a cat to me. But yeah, in general, I think that these character concepts work really good for like a 3D stylized platformer, you know? And I think the environment art you would need for this kind of 3D platformer is also not super complex. So I think those are just concepts. Yeah, I think that these concepts work great. These character designs are really good for the kind of 3D irreverent game you're going for. I think that makes perfect sense. I can imagine this game being really good. But it's something that you'll definitely want to iterate on for sure, because you have to really ride the line between like the comedy satirical stuff and like actual like gameplay and game design fundamentals. Like, where do you break your players' expectations to give them a good laugh versus where do you actually like engage with your players so that they like have a fun gameplay experience? I think those are the kind of things you'll want to think about for making a full game out of it. But yeah, I think your character designs are really good, and your sense of comedic timing and your sense of how to break those expectations is really good. So it's about taking those things you're already really good at, and how do you improve the other areas of the game, of your game development skills, so that you can deliver the full experience. I think that's where I would think about for you. It's like, my advice for you would be take your character, make the 3D version of him, and get him moving around in a 3D space. And then similarly to like Super Mario 64, just make him very fun to control. Lots of fun like jumps and dashes and stuff. And then like you can work the irreverent nature of the game into his animation set too, right? The way he jumps, the way he moves, the way he runs, it can all be very goofy and very funny. And that'll make him very fun to control as well. And once you have the movement feeling good, then you can start building platforming challenges to do with that movement. You can start building like boss fights around that movement, stuff like that. And then once you have the stuff that works for the actual gameplay, you can figure out how do you work in your comedy elements, how do you work in the story elements, because you have a really good sense of how to make these like likable characters. Like this like thing that you said is not a cat, but it's clearly a cat wearing sunglasses and the pants and the shoes. Like that's a great character design. And your Blood Knight makes perfect sense for the enemy, like the boss guy of one of those like a goofy 3D platformer type things. So yeah, I think graduating, really shouldn't say graduating. I think moving to Godot and seeing what you can do with like a stylized 3D game, testing out the movement and stuff, I think that's where you could definitely test it out. But yeah, thanks for submitting. Let me close this and switch back to this view so I can pull up the next game. But yeah, I think your character designs are really nice. I thought I already installed this. Did I not already install this? Hold on. I'm no expert, but why are there 3 Godots and 4 Chromes? Yeah, don't focus too much on my taskbar, but I keep things very split out. Like my different Chromes have different bookmarks and stuff, so I can like open it up whether I'm like watching YouTube or working on my YouTube channel or working on stuff for Isadora's Edge. Like all my like, documents for planning the streams, the Showcase Saturday list, all my scripts for YouTube and stuff, those are like in a different Chrome profile so that I keep it all separate. Similarly, I have different versions of Godot installed that I have different stuff available in. So I keep things very organized in my own system. I wouldn't recommend this system to anyone, but that's sort of how I do it. Okay. Next up, we have Bulbo's Belief System. Okay, it looks like the volume might be a little low, so maybe I can turn it up a little bit. Go like right here. That was a little bit loud. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Nice. All right. Bulbo's belief system. This is Bulbo. He doesn't believe in anything, but that will soon change because of this walking shoe man. Jordan believed in walking, and this was the only this was the only thing in Bulbo's mind. Use A and D or to walk. Aw, that walk cycle. By walking near the hammerhead individual, Bulbo believed in a wall. This wall was now blocking victory. Maybe we could help Bulbo forget about the wall? Click on the belief inside his thought bubble. Ah, I don't believe in walls around here. I don't believe in walls. Bulbo's belief system. Oh, nice. I like this level select. Gravity of the situation. Yeah, this art style is fantastic. Also, I need to mention it. The tutorialization in that little like intro is so good. It's like it's told in like a storytelling type of way, and you don't let me move until I learn about movement. So that teaches me exactly how beliefs work. And then you also teach me how getting rid of beliefs work. So very quickly, I understand the concept. I'm bought in on the art style, and you didn't keep me from playing for too long. You piecemealed it out. I think this is such a good example of how to do tutorialization. Bulbo was isolated. He didn't understand the gravity of the situation. Right, I don't understand gravity, so I can just walk past. But now I understand gravity, so I'll fall. So I need to forget about gravity so I can walk past here. Nice. Bulbo says he learned to grab and throw. How about you? E is grab and throw. So I can grab and throw stuff. Oh. Ah, got it. So I come back here. This guy believes in gravity, so I'll pick him up, and I'll throw him over here. Then I'll forget about gravity, so I can walk across here. Then I can learn about gravity again, so that I can walk down here. I saved Newton. He was so lonely in that place. Oh, the guy who teaches me about gravity has an apple for a head. That's so smart. That's so clever. Everything that goes up. Let me in. All right. I believe in gravity, throwing, and falling. This person believes in jumping. Okay. I would like to believe in jumping. Res Ortega told Bobo how to jump. I do believe in jumping. Let's go. The TV told Bobo he needed to forget grabbing and throwing, so he forgot. Okay, the TVs can make me forget about stuff. Bobo knew that he had to come up this way, but how? If I forget about gravity, I can just jump forever. Nice. Welcome, I see you learned how to fly, or at least how not to fall. But now what do I do? I need to learn about gravity again. Hey, Newton's here. He thinks too much about falling. All right, teach me about gravity, homie. Thanks, Newton. Love you, babe. We out of here. Boom. If I simply don't believe in gravity, it can't affect me. Missing flag. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I believe in walls. And more. Okay, get me out of here. I don't believe in walls. Now I believe in jumping. I remember about walls. Oh, if I don't know about walls, I don't know about the ending flag. Okay. Okay, I don't believe in gravity, but I can believe in grabbing and throwing. So I need to grab and throw something. Ah, if I forget about walls, I can fly, come learn about gravity. Now I can fall down. Bobo can only believe in 4 things. He has a quite simple belief system. I only believe in 4 things. Okay, I need gravity. I don't need throwing, right? If I get rid of throwing, believe in walls? No. Oh, I see. Forget about gravity. Forget about walls. Learn about throwing. All right, we're throwing my buddy Newton. Newton, I need you down here. All right, Newton, you come like right here. There we go. Poor Newton. Okay, then we remember about walls by forgetting about throwing, and forget about gravity, and then we forget about walls and learn gravity. Oh, I'm supposed to remember walls. I need to forget about throwing. Okay, we got it. We got it this time. Forget about throwing. Learn walls. Forget gravity. Remember gravity by getting rid of throwing. Boom. We're in there. Nice. Okay. Now we have ignoring walls, or we can go all the way to 6 with limited space. Well, I want to learn about ignoring walls first. All right, Bobo's belief. Okay, I can learn about jumping, and I can learn about throwing. And this guy believes in walls. I don't believe in walls. Okay, what if I get rid of throwing? Ah, Bobo belief system is very simple. He can only believe in 4 things, but sometimes not knowing is better. Okay, if I forget about walls. Oh, I need to remember throwing. Okay. So let's get rid of... I need jumping. Oh, let's throw you up here. Boom. Now, we got 2 of them. So let's forget about throwing. I can get it back. And remember walls. Then let's forget about jumping to get my throwing back. And let's throw both of you over here. No, I still need jumping. But forget about walls. I need to... Forget about walls. I need to get up there. If I throw him, I always remember walls. I can't forget... Can I forget walls while he's in the air? Seems like maybe I can. Nice. Now I go get jumping back. Oh, but now I can't remember about walls, can I? Unless I get rid of gravity. But now I don't have gravity, so I think I'm cooked. Okay. So now I need to forget about walls. And I need to bring you back over here because I need you to go up. So let's remember jumping because I need jumping. I need gravity. I don't need to throw right now. So let's grab you. Let's forget about walls. Come get throwing. Oh, I should just bring the jumping guy with me. That'll solve my problem. Now I can get jumping back whenever I need it. So I can grab you, and I can get rid of... no, I can throw you out of here because we need you. Come over here. And you know what? Let's bring you two because I like to have jumping. I'll just bring all my friends with me. Okay. Now we forget about walls. Let's throw... Do I want to throw jumping up there? I don't think so, because I need to jump. So let's put you here. Let's pick you up. Right. By not having room for walls, then I jump up here. Oh, yeah. Let's throw you up here as well. Then we jump up here, forget about jumping, get walls back. Then forget about throwing, get jump back. Forget about throwing, get jumping, and then I can make it. Nice. Okay. We got there. I'll leave all my friends behind. Let's go. This game makes me feel smart just watching the gameplay. Yeah, so far, I'm pretty convinced this game is just straight up got the sauce. This is just really good. Empty. Let's learn about walls. Empty is just an opinion. Okay, well, let's forget about the walls so I can go learn how to jump. Boom. And now let's go remember about the walls so I can go learn about gravity. I already have gravity. Okay. What if I... Forget about the walls? Where's the flag? Oh, it's over here. I need to find a way to avoid getting the idea of gravity from the TV before crossing this hole. Oh, well, we definitely don't want that wall. Hold on, I need to think. Okay, go up here. It seems pretty clear. Just don't forget about walls yet. Maybe that'll give me some insight. Feels like there's something hidden up there, right? Did you just try making Bobo jump? So that makes me... Oh, it's saying like, don't get rid of gravity. What if I know about the wall? Then I won't forget about gravity. Easy peasy. Then, if I get rid of the wall, I remember gravity exists. Nice. Let's go. I also think this has the sauce. Yeah, I think the art style is super appealing. The mechanics are really good. Everything is just working together really well. And the puzzles are super satisfying. Bobo loves his friends. And this avoids that he forgets while carrying them around. Bobo loves his friends, and this avoids that he forgets while carrying them around. I'm confused. Oh, like if I pick up my friend, I won't forget stuff. Okay. But I don't know how to jump, so... Oh, wait, so I put him down so that I lose gravity. Oh, but I throw him across. Boom. That way I can get my gravity back. Well, let's bring him here so that I can always get my gravity back. Now I can... Oh, but I need to... Oh, if I want to jump, I have to bring him with me. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I got rid of my gravity. Hold on. Okay. So, honestly, I think we leave him here. Okay, now I won't forget because I'm holding my friend. And then we forget about gravity. We jump up. And then we go remember gravity because of the TV, and we're good. And we bring our friend with us. We bring our friend with us. All right. What's in heaven? I can move left and right. I can remember about gravity. I can forget about gravity. Keep going. I can learn about... Frog Saw told Bobo about the afterlife. Hold on, I learned about heaven? Oh, wait. So if I learned about heaven, I can learn gravity and I can go to heaven? What happened? Where are we? Are we dead? I learned how to go to heaven, guys. Chat, have you ever been to heaven? Okay. This is heaven. An eternal stay watching a TV teaching us how to jump. We'll forget about gravity. We're out of here. Oh. Uh-oh. Okay. So we learned how to jump. Can we forget that we were dead? I mean, I can forget about the afterlife. I had to learn about the concept of heaven to go to the afterlife to learn how to jump, and then I forgot about the afterlife, so now I can jump. Did we die and come back? Are we zombies? That is something. Oh, wow, even more levels? I feel like that right there might even be like an insane point to end the demo on. I don't know how long I've been playing, but like that is so appealing that if I stop playing right there, I'd be like, well, I gotta buy the full game. This game is so smart. Look, that's Sumi. He always helps others' beliefs to be more powerful. Oh, so he gives me double gravity? Oh, so I'm getting mega gravity. But now, oh, but now I can zoom. Oh my gosh, that's so cute. But yeah, now I can super speed. But now I need to forget about this and then get it back for big jumps. Oh, dude, reordering my belief system. Oh man, reordering my belief system gives me access to different movement tech. Portals is 10. Elevated is 9. Wally is back. I wonder what he's been up to. Okay, I can super speed. I can believe in double walls. Ah, okay. So I need to forget about the walls. So I need to double my walls. But I forget about the walls. Now I can learn about throwing people. That's good. I bring you here. All right, whenever I can learn about throwing people, I just bring everyone everywhere. That's the strat. Okay. Throw you here. Nope. All right, gotta line him up to like right here. I want to make sure he actually comes with me. All right, there we go. Now we forget about ×2 to learn it again to double up my walls, and then can I just fall? No, I don't have gravity. Okay, I need to go learn about gravity. Obviously, I should bring my friends with me. Hey, ah! All right, always bring my friends with me. All right, let's forget about walls, and then relearn walls. Okay, we forgot about walls. I can't jump. So I just need to throw my friends up there, right? Forget about walls. Remember walls. Remember ×2. But now... Oh, but now I need super speed. Oh, but I need super speed and walls. Oh, I don't have gravity. We're fine. All right, nice. Nice. This game's really well done and thought out. Yeah, this game is brilliant. All right, portals. Every puzzle is incredibly clever. It makes you think in interesting ways. And the way I use my belief system to change like what I'm capable of is so smart. What did Bobo just learn? Teleportation? What does that mean? Why are those portals the same color as his beliefs? So I learned that I can one-way teleport to... Oh. Oh, the colors of the teleporters are based on... So now, if I forget about walls... I can teleport from red to purple. And then I can come down here and forget about the walls. Teleportation could be telepathy. That's true, actually. That's actually a good point. Time's on sex. I have to sleep now. Good night. Hey, thanks for hanging out, XR Sharp Razor. Good to see you. Yeah. Using the different beliefs to color the portals is so smart. Okay, so now, if I believe this, if you finish all your chores, they say you can have cake. Interesting. Okay, now I believe in walls. So, if I forget about gravity, I can teleport to the pink teleporter, which will take me here. Then I can relearn about gravity. Right. So, forget about gravity to teleport up here. Then learn about gravity, which means I could teleport from red, but now I can't get back. Oh. But I can learn how to jump. That gets me back. Easy. Okay, so now I can teleport to green. And I remember walls, which gets me up here. But I don't have gravity. Is that a problem? Looks like that might be a problem. Oh, forgetting about gravity is tough. Alright, let's go back. Before I forgot about gravity. I want to go down to... I can only know 4 things. So if I get rid of my gravity, I need gravity jumping. I need to get rid of the portal. How can I get rid of the portal once I have gravity? Oh, maybe I get rid of the portal and relearn it. Now green can connect to pink. Okay, now I have green connected to pink, and I can jump up here. Now I need to learn about gravity. If I connect... I have jumping. I need to remember gravity. If I get rid of jumping, I'm cooked. If I get rid of walls, I'm cooked. If I get rid of movement, I'm cooked. The only thing I can think of is getting rid of walls. Learn gravity, come through here. Oh, no, that connects green to purple. Oh, this is pink. That's not purple. Okay. So, yeah, that needs to be... Oops, that was the wrong time to forget about gravity. Yeah, so this needs to connect green to pink. But how do I get up here? I can't take this portal without forgetting. She wants you to go to this flag to see if there really is a cake. Portal reference? A little portal reference. A little portal reference in the portal level. Makes sense. Okay, I have a one-way portal from green to pink. Wait, this is a one-way portal? Let me get my gravity back. One-way teleportation, so... I need to be able to go from pink to green, which means I need jumping. I also need gravity. I feel like... there must be something I don't actually need here. If I lose jump, green becomes red. True. And then, but I can't go anywhere. But now I can go down to here and learn gravity. But I don't have jumping now. Okay, but I can forget about walls and learn jump. I think I'm back to where I was. Except for now red goes to purple. Which isn't a thing. So now I can make red go to green. And now I have all of them except for I don't have the walls. Welcome to the secret passage. Oh! No, I got nothing. I need gravity. I need jumping. I need movement. I need everything. Hmm. Hmm. Jumping is how I get there. And if I lose gravity... Huh. There's really no meaningful way up there. I'm so close. I'm so close. Oh, I don't have walls, but that's fine if I just don't fall. I don't need to jump. Right, and that just slides me right across. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Nice. Oh. Did that not... Is that the end? Sadly? Or did I not do 10? I think I did 10, right? Portals. Portals. Nice. Okay, it looks like I finished the demo. It looks like that's where it ends. Because I didn't unlock another... Oh, no, 12. Over here. I'm stupid. There we go. The cake. Sorry, Bulbo, there is no cake, but we need to tell you something much more important. Okay. What? Bulbo, this is Timey, the portal guy. He can help you get to me. One-way teleportation. Okay. So I want to teleport from red to purple. Nice. Okay. Connect these together. Now I got jumping. Oh, I want to go from purple to green, or I can go from red to green, but I would lose gravity. One-way teleportation anyway. I can jump across, actually. Oh, right. Jump across and then relearn gravity, and then red will take me to green. So, now we go up to green from red. And now we have another way to learn about portals. And we have another guy that teaches movement. That's probably important. I mean, can I not just go to the flag? Now I can tell you about Redacted, and also about Redacted. Please, Bulbo, be Redacted. Let's meet over the steam. Interesting. Danger. I do like some danger. Okay, ×2. Mega gravity, and I got walls. This wall looks dangerous. You could flatten yourself, Bobo. What? But I need to learn about heaven, so... Oh, can I go to double heaven? Yo, bring me to double heaven. Okay, I need to squish myself. Oops. I can't jump. How do I squish myself? The wall can take me to the afterlife. Do I need... Oh, I need to double the wall, huh? Right. Oh, I still don't have gravity. Okay, double the wall, so... Learn gravity. Forget about ×2, forget about this. Not quite in that order. Let me just restart so that I can, like, get into the proper order for this. So first, don't forget gravity at the start. Because gravity is pretty useful. Then forget about the wall to learn ×2. And fall down here. Double heaven is pretty nice. So if I forget gravity, can I go to... No, I need to ×2 the wall to squish myself. So boom. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. Boom. Aw, man, I really want to go to double heaven, but unfortunately I can't. This is the afterlife. 2 TVs. Okay, can't forget about the afterlife yet, but we can forget about the walls. Now I'm in double heaven. Now we can jump to learn gravity again by getting rid of ×2. Boom. Now let's forget about heaven. Aw, dang it. That's fine. I can learn it. Alright, now let's forget about the afterlife. Oh, and now I'm good. There's a portal to more levels in the end. Find it and you'll get more fun. Ah, interesting. Let's see. Boom. In the end, there's a portal to more levels here. Thank you for playing our game. Bilbo's belief system. Oh, I learned about steam. It said meet us above the steam. Okay. Okay, before jumping. There's a portal to learn about gravity. Okay. I want to teleport to Steam. Look at the Steam logo. Yeah, there's a portal underneath the Steam logo. Which is blue. So I need to take blue. Alright. And I need to jump into it. Oh, I can ride the wall up to it, actually. So I need to throw the wall friend over here to learn about that. Okay, we've got the stuff we need. Let's first fall down here. And then let's forget about this. Learn about throwing. Then we throw my wall friend right here. No, we pick up wall friend, so we keep him. And then we forget about throwing. That's not correct. Okay, wall friend is right here, actually. I forgot about throwing, so I can't put him down. So I need to learn. Unfortunately, I don't want to lose steam here. Okay, so we just gotta go back. Okay, go here. Then forget about throwing. And then walk over to the portal. Oh, it's not high enough. Okay. Not quite high enough. Alright, let's throw you. Boom. So this teaches me gravity. Oh, so now I can forget the Steam logo and go from red to purple. Or I can go from... Wait, which one's missing here? Okay, blue takes me back. Movement. Is there any way... Okay, forget about Steam. Welcome to the revolution. To let others know you were here, tell them think free. Oh, more levels. All right. We got memories. I don't remember what is happening here. Repressed memory. You need to cross and then fall, but how? Can I repress a memory? I remember now. Pipe believes in repressed memories, like forgetting without really forgetting. So if I... Oh, when I lose my repressed memory, I get it back. That's sick. Okay. So now I need to fall. So I'm going to need to repress... Alright, first let's get rid of this wall. I need to repress gravity. I walk across... Oh. I need to repress gravity. Then I lose gravity. Walk over here. Remember gravity. Nice. I can store beliefs in my repressed memories. The point of view. All right. Look at this flag all the way up here. All right. Oh my goodness. What? Curvellini thinks this level is circular. I think I see it. Okay. So if I forget about this, it flattens back out. Holy smokes. Oh, and then I forget about gravity and just fall onto the flag. Oh, I don't have a way to jump. Oh, I get it. Come here, forget about gravity, just walk to the left. Nice. Repressed memory speak. Dude, this game is so good. A little reminder. Bulbo was trapped with Newton. Wait, is that a flag? No time for storytelling. Go grab the flag. Okay, so I have gravity. So forget about gravity. Walk over here. I can throw my friends. Bulbo believes he can remember more things now. Oh, mental space gives me more memories. Interesting. So I can big jump. I don't really understand why big jump... Okay, I need my gravity back now that I have jumping. Oh. Now that I have jumping, go over here. And then I don't have gravity, so I just walk across, grab gravity. Pick him up. We're taking you somewhere, bud. Where? I don't know. We're taking you somewhere. Now I have big gravity. I don't want big gravity. So let's throw you here. Get rid of big gravity. Now we have big jumps and gravity. So now we can potentially do a big jump over here. Boom. Nope, not quite. Oh, snark. Okay. Pretty close, though. Great, the flag is ours. Well, I haven't made it up there yet, so let's not be too excited. So if I lose the mental space, will I instantly forget both of these? Maybe I don't need the double jumps here. Maybe I can just get over with a single jump, huh? Consider. Not quite. Okay, so let's forget this. Get my double jumps. Oh, maybe this wall helps, actually. What do your walls look like, lady? Can I jump up to that? No. So I need to throw her over to that platform. Got it. Alright, I learned throwing. We're going to bring her with us. And, you know, ultimately, we don't even need to throw her. We can just forget how to get rid of her, and we'll get our platform back. Now, we can't put her down, but, you know, she's just coming with us. Nice, okay. And then, don't go down alone. Don't go down alone. Okay. We got some walls. Oh, we can learn about heaven. I do love... If you believe in consequences to falling, be careful where you throw people. Oh, I can take everyone to heaven with me. Let's go to heaven, buddy. Let's go. This heavenly flag seems to require teamwork. Requires not spelled correctly, but that's not a big deal. Okay, so I need... Let's forget about throwing. Ah, okay. I don't have jumping. I really need jumping. Which makes me think, let's forget about heaven for a second. Right, I need to bring my jumping friend with me. Okay, so let's reset. Alright, let's learn about this. Forget about this. Then we learn about heaven. No. Forget about... Bring the wall back. Throw this guy over here. Throw this guy over here. Then we forget about this to remember heaven. Then we pick him up. Then we forget about heaven to build the wall. Then we forget about the wall. Oh, we throw him. Then we forget about the wall. Then we throw you down here. Uh-oh. Throw you here. Throw you here. Forget about the wall. Fall down. Remember about heaven. And then we throw all our friends into the pit. Throw everyone into the pit. We're going to heaven, guys. I recommend you question my belief system. It seems to be taking us to a dark place. Weehaw! Weehaw! Okay. Okay, now I can learn how to jump. Boom. Okay, before I learn how to jump, I need to throw a wall guy over there. Okay, so forget how to jump, learn how to throw. Throw a wall guy. That's jump guy. I want wall guy. Alright. Throw a wall guy up here. Then, forget how to throw. Learn how to jump. What do I want to forget? Forget how to jump? Yeah. Forget how to jump. Learn how to wall. Walk off. Boom. We make it out of heaven. My friends might be stuck there, but, you know, what are you going to do? Nice. Okay. Threw everyone to the pit. We all went to heaven together. And that's the ultimate culmination of my belief system. We love to see it. You love to see it. Okay. Welcome in, Toxic Sludge Development. Yeah, pit party. Okay, let me mute. And let's think critically about this game. Because I think this game, fundamentally, it's got the sauce. It's really good. So many things are done correctly. The art style is really nice. It fits the theming very, very well. The cartoony nature is super good. And I think not only that, but you escalate on all the mechanics really well to where, like, at the end, you have some pretty complicated puzzles, but it's fine because you've built to that point slowly by teaching me all the mechanics one at a time. And the fact that I, like, learn certain stuff by, the way that I learn stuff by, or the way I gain my new ability is by going to my friend who believes in it. You know, it's like she believes in walls, he believes in jumping, he believes in throwing. And the fact that I go and learn all of those abilities by touching them and adding them to my own belief system. And then it's like managing my own beliefs to solve the puzzles. It's a really unique way to handle this. It does remind me of Baba Is You a lot. And I think that you are able to use this concept in a lot of interesting ways. I didn't mute the game. I pressed mute on the game. I should be muted. Can you hear it? Are you hearing it through my headphones? Okay. Yeah, maybe you're just hearing it through my headphones. Anyway, but yeah, what was I saying? Hold on. Let me pull my thought back. Sorry, that's my own game. Lyra. That's so funny. That's so funny. Oh, Lyra. Okay. Yeah, so I think we already touched on the tutorialization being really good. And I think that this has a very Baba is you puzzle element that you use in really interesting ways. I think the fact that you made me believe in heaven so that when I jump into a pit, I go to heaven where I can get access to new stuff. I think that's such a clever way to do this concept. And it's like, it feels like you can continue. Bulbo, don't go to Florida in the 1800s. Yeah, it feels like there's so many ways you can use this idea of like the stuff he believes in becomes his reality. That gives you so many interesting puzzle designs. And the way you used it in the demo is so clever with like believing in heaven to go to the afterlife to learn new stuff and needing to throw my friends into the pit so they can go to heaven with me. I mean, my belief system doesn't say anything about murder being wrong, so why would I care if I throw my friends into the pit? I think that's all incredibly clever. And it's the fact that because I believe in heaven, when I threw my friends into the pit, they all went to heaven with me. That's like so clever in a way that like makes me want to see what the rest of the game has, you know? It's like, I'm like, oh, they use these ideas really well. I'm really happy with the way they've explored these ideas. So I want to see how else they can explore these ideas, you know? And I think that that's really good for a demo. I feel like you hooked me very thoroughly with the way you did stuff. I feel like some of the portal levels were getting quite complicated in a way that it took me longer to solve them, but I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I think it's like showing me that there can be difficult puzzles, but you already had me hooked. Like you had me convinced to buy the full game even before the portal levels. So the fact that I just even got to do more is like, it's like almost like icing on the cake, but honestly, I don't even know if there's anything that I would change about that. It's just like, I'm just thinking about it. But yeah, I think that the main idea, the main mechanic is really good. The art style is really good. The executions on it is really nice. The way you tutorialized it is good. It's an easy concept to understand and you continued building on it in really clever ways. And you have all of the quality of life features. For puzzle games, having really solid quality of life features is really, really important. And this go back one step button is critical to the success of this game. Because if I had to restart the level every time I slightly missequenced something, or I was like, all right, let me get rid of throwing. And I was like, oh shit, no, I still need throwing. If I had to restart the level every time I did that, it would be extremely frustrating. Someone in chat said, I feel like if people see this game, it will succeed. Amazing work. Yeah, I think like right now, the only barrier for this game is like getting it in front of people so they know that they should play it because it's really good. With that in mind, maybe more valuable than continuing to talk about just everything you did right, because everything is like so good for this game. And I think it was clear from playing it. I think like all the different aspects are really good. The quality of life, the controls, the music, the sound effects, the voice acting for your friends when you throw them, the way you explore the idea in general, everything works together super well to make a really, really satisfying, really polished experience. So I think you have completely nailed it on the game. I think it's really, really good. So let's take a look at Steam, actually. Let me pull that up. Yeah. Okay. If I go back to my desktop view, you can see we got 19 reviews on this right now. It released almost a year ago and it only has 19 reviews. Oh, this is the demo. This is the demo. Okay. This is the full game and it's not available yet. Okay. Okay. I thought it like actually released and didn't hit. I was like, that's unfortunate. Okay. So let me add this to the wish list. All right. And let's see what this page has for us. First, let's watch the trailer. Let me turn my desktop audio back on so we can listen to the trailer too. Bobo didn't believe in anything, but Jordan told Bobo about walking. Wally told Bobo about a wall. No problem. Bobo can forget. Bobo didn't believe in falling, but Newton told Bobo about gravity. Briss Ortega told Bobo how to jump. Bobo can only know 4 things, so he forgot to learn from Gloverto. This game expanded my friend Ryan's thoughts to 4. 10 out of 10. Nicely puzzles. Bobo will have you rethinking your own belief system. It's propaganda I willingly fall for every time. Foxotic. What? This game's sitting is critical for my mental health. Yeah, so I think the trailer is pretty good. how could you improve this trailer from a marketing perspective? Yeah, I wonder if you need to lean into the storytelling a little bit more here. Like here, I think this is a good place to explain how the idea works. Bulbo told Rosetta Bulbo how to jump, and then right here, Bulbo can only know 4 things, so we forgot to learn from Gloverto. I feel like this is not the most elegant way of expressing this idea, and I think this is pretty important too. I feel like it just needs voice narration. True, I think having a voice actor say these things might help too, you know? Like, Bulbo can only know 4 things. But I think like the phrasing here I'd probably say is like, Bulbo wanted to learn about throwing from Gloverto, so he decided to forget all about gravity. And then when you forget about gravity, right? So forget about gravity, you click it, get rid of it, then you pick them up because you learned about throwing, and then you jump and fly off into the sky. I think that is a really nice narrative moment to explain how the game works, and the throwing down is funny. I just feel like you might need to change the phrasing and how this is like illustrated to the player a little bit more. There should be less mechanics and more fantasy. Yes. I think that's sort of what I'm getting at. I think you need to story tell a little bit more. And I think like using this camera panning here is really good, but that feels like is that like the only real place, or the camera zooming, I mean. That's like the camera pan to this screen and then the camera zoom at the start are really the only places where you're using camera motion to like sell, is like these pans between these levels. I think there might be ways that you can highlight the things that are happening and bring the storytelling up a notch. I don't know if he can only know 4 things is something that needs to be in the trailer. I think it does make for a nice storytelling moment where it's like you need to forget something to learn how to throw. So he forgot about gravity and then he flew away. I think that's not bad. But it does, I do think it makes the mechanics feel a little bit limiting in a way that's not true when you're playing the game. When you're playing the game, it says you can only know 4 things. Instantly, you're like, yep, that's a gameplay mechanic. But maybe in the trailer, it feels a little bit limiting. But I think there are ways you can do camera motion to frame things a little bit more. Like, I think right here, this framing, Bulbo didn't believe in gravity. Like, this is very nice. I like this framing, how he doesn't fall in the pit. Although it is like a plain white screen, you might want to decorate this a little bit more because your art style is very, very nice, but this feels quite empty. This almost feels like incomplete somehow. So maybe doing some stylization of this to make it feel more like the other areas that have the complete art. Maybe that feels something. But then here, it's like Bulbo is like not properly centered on screen, not framed on screen. Like the action here is forgetting about gravity. But Bulbo and Newton are like over off to the side. So it almost feels like maybe it's like here when you forget about walls. And it's like he comes here and then it's like Bulbo didn't believe in gravity or didn't believe in falling. And then you could stop him in the middle or stop him a little bit earlier, like stopping him like here or something. So he's like idling here. And then you pan the camera and zoom it to focus on Bulbo and Newton. And then Newton says, you know, like the gravity pops over his head. And then you could even have Newton saying like, have you heard about gravity? And then you fall into the pit. Like something that, could that be good? You know, something like that could be good to make it a little bit more storytelling, a little bit more narrative, and just like keep the motion up to make it interesting. I think the framing here is like a little bit off. Yeah, and then Resortega told you how to jump. That's good. And then here, I think it's more about the framing. I also think the suggestion to add voice acting is good. But I think like overall, I think I get the idea of the trailer, but you probably do want it to be a little bit more about the fantasy and the storytelling of it rather than just pure mechanics. And then here, you're like introducing portals and stuff. I feel like this part of the trailer, you probably want to show more mechanics other than just portals. Like I think having this old guy teach you about portals is nice, but I know that that's how it works because I played the game. I think that's not obvious to someone who hasn't played the game. They see this portal here, they see this guy here, they think he's going to do something related to time. And I think what you want to do with this part is I saw the trailer to Bulbo on YouTube like a month ago and immediately presented itself as a promising game. Yeah, I think what you might want to do here is make it so that the characters that you're taking beliefs from sell the fantasy of your beliefs shape reality, and you can adopt these other beliefs from different types of characters. Like this old stopwatch guy teaching you about portals, it might be more interesting if he teaches you about like the concept of time passing. So like when you walk up to him, like a clock appears in your belief system, and then like the time rapidly increases and Bulbo like gets older and older, right? Like he uses his belief in time to age really quickly or something like that. Now I know that might not be a mechanic in the game itself, but I'm just thinking about how do you sell the fantasy of what the game is, which is you can change reality through your belief system, right? And I think in game, the mechanic that sold that the best was the afterlife part. I think that puzzle is what turned the game from like, this is really clever, this is cute, to like, oh wow, okay, this game has like some really awesome stuff. And so I think doing a few more examples that not like, I think right here, what you're trying to do is show that there are like fancy puzzles while giving quotes of people who enjoyed the puzzles. But I think what you need to do is sell the fantasy. So people are like, oh, I want to see what unique stuff they can do with this idea. And then if we look at the screenshots, that's not bad. Okay, this screenshot's really nice. That's something that you might want to include in the trailer even, is like traversing the map page just to break up the shots a little bit so that it shows there's more to the world than just like the puzzle rooms. I think this screenshot's pretty nice. You can see that he's believing in some Tetris piece or something. And you need to get over here and the flag's up here and there are friends along the way. This is not bad. This is not bad. Seeing Bulbo moving quickly with a ×2 while holding a friend, like this is a nice screenshot too. Although, yeah, that's a pretty nice screenshot. This one feels a little bit too similar. You probably want to get screenshots from like another area that has like a unique art style. You probably want like 2 more unique area art styles with different friends showcasing. Because here I see that there's hammer, there's spring, and there's glove, right? And then here I see that there's like a Tetris wall, there's spring, and there's glove. Okay, so there's 2 repeats. Then here we got glove again, and we got Newton again, we got hammer again, and then we have the calculator. The calculator wasn't even obviously a friend to me if I hadn't played the game. And then we go here, and we have the hammer and the spring and the glove again. So I think one thing that would help is if the art style changes up and if the friends change up. That way, as you're looking through the different screenshots, you get a sense of how many different characters there are, how many different beliefs there are, how many mechanics they're going to be. Because right now, the screenshots make it feel a little bit like it might be lacking in content. And even if you're still working on how to expand the content and working on new characters and stuff, those are the kind of things that I think would be good to show. I think your capsule is really good. Bulbo's belief system, you have Bulbo here, you have his friends on stuff up here. Like, I think this is a really nice capsule that makes me curious what the game's going to be like. So that's nice. Bulbo's belief system is a puzzle platformer where knowledge is both a tool and an obstacle. Bulbo believes everything he's told, letting him see, move, and interact, but he can forget. Erase walls from existence, ignore gravity, and manage conflicting beliefs to solve cute mind-bending challenges. I think that's a pretty good write-up. I like that write-up. I don't think there's any problems there. Bulbo's belief system is a puzzle platform where knowledge is both a tool and an obstacle. Ability to see, move, and interact, but forgetting is just as important. So I think you don't want the about this game section to be the same as the blurb up here, because if I read this and I'm curious to know more, and then this is an instant repeat, like that's going to make me, not want to continue reading. So I might consider having a different about this game section that doesn't immediately repeat the blurb up here. But can you control what Bulbo learns and unlearns to reach the goal? Bulbo learning. By just listening to characters, Bulbo learns. Bulbo around gravity and falls. Bulbo forgets a wall. If you don't believe in the wall, it can't stop you. I think if you don't believe in the wall, it can't stop you is such a good quote that like, I almost feel like you want this quote like in the trailer, It's like rather than, Wally told Bulbo about a wall. I think you might not need the part where Bulbo learns this, right? We need Spicy Bread's input on the marketing. I think for this trailer right here, I think you don't need the part where he learns about the wall, because you already told us that he can learn stuff, right? He learned about moving. Although, if you haven't played the game, you might not know that Bulbo is trying to move there, right? He doesn't know about moving yet, so he can't move. That's not mechanically clear from the video. I'm being a little bit biased because I played the game first. I think if I hadn't played the game, I'm not clear that he can't move here. So you might need to do a little bit more actually to teach how that works. But the narration might get the point across. But here, you don't need to teach me that he told me that the wall exists. I already know that you learn about stuff. right? Instead, you could have me right here looking at the wall, and you have the belief in the wall right here. Although this does look like a -1 sign. So you might want to, for the trailer, I think in the game it's fine if it looks like this, but for the trailer, I think making sure the picture here is extremely representative of the belief here is good. I think what you do is you center it on Bulbo, you make him a little bit bigger, make the wall here, make that the focus, and then you say, if you don't believe in a wall, it can't stop you. And then you click the wall, it disappears, and the wall vanishes, and you keep moving. I think that's how you sell the fantasy right there, you know? If you don't believe in the wall, it can't stop you is such a good quote that I think you should like use those kind of extremely impactful quotes in the marketing, because that quote hits. Like that is a really good way to sell the fantasy. So I think that's really good. And then, yeah, so I think mostly just reorienting the trailer a little bit to be more evocative. That's the word I was looking for. The idea, the quote, if you don't believe in the wall, it can't stop you, is extremely evocative. It makes you want to play the game, right? It's like, that's such a sick quote. And I think you have the framing here that can make it work. But I think you need to sell it a little bit more. And I think because we don't know that you're trying to press to move here, this works okay. I feel like maybe there's a way that like if someone tells you something exists and then it appears on screen, that's also more evocative, right? Because this is very mechanical. The character tells you that you can move and then you can move, right? That's like a mechanical thing, but it's way more interesting if a character tells you something exists and then that thing appears on the screen. When you're playing the game, it feels better when it changes your mechanics, because then that's like a directly, like now that I believe in moving, I can move. That hits when you're playing the game. But when you're watching the trailer, it needs to be more visual, right? And so increasing the visual aspect here by making you believe in something and then it appears on the screen is good. And then saying, if you don't believe in the wall, it can't stop you, and just deleting the wall from your mind and continuing to walk, that's really, really good. So I think that's good. Kind of sell the fantasy more than the mechanics that the fantasy supports. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Really, that's great insight. It's like you want to, the trailer is trying to sell the fantasy, sell the appeal of what the puzzle system is. And when you're playing the game, it hits, right? Because it is more impactful for the player to change the way they can control the game based on what they believe in, because you are controlling the game. But when you're watching, it needs to be more visual. And that's why I was talking about the camera framing, because it is very visual. If you're floating over a pit, and honestly, you could even like decorate with this with some like clouds in the background, put like a little sun sticker here to make it look like you're just walking through the clouds, because that's really the fantasy of ignoring gravity. And then he tells you, hey, by the way, have you heard about gravity? And then you fall down. That visually sells the concept. This game is at risk of looking like a puzzle platformer. Yeah, I feel like the platforming is not the important part. I would even consider getting rid of platformer from this blurb. Like, it is a platformer. It is. But it might be better if it was as Bulbo's belief system is a puzzle game where knowledge is a tool and an obstacle. He believes everything he's told, you know, something like that. Yeah, and then I think these are really good. Bulbo didn't believe in anything. This is a good clip. Like, this is a good clip. These are good clips for like animated GIFs in the about section, but I think they're not as strong for the trailer. The trailer needs to tell a story. And this quote, if you don't believe in the wall, it can't stop you, is so good that you should, like, if you don't believe in the wall, it can't stop you, I almost feel like is the tagline of this game, right? That is so, so good. So I would lean in on that. And then if we look, you also should probably work on your tags. Because where is Baba is you? Cuphead? Why is Cuphead here? A little to the left is not bad. Yeah, where's Baba is you? I think that's Geometry Dash. Portal 2 is not bad. Portal 2 can be in here. Hollow Knight? Now, I know sometimes these are not very accurate, but I feel like you want your tags to show this to people who like puzzle games. This is an action FPS. This is a turn-based tactic roguelite. I think you want your tags to line up so that like Baba is you, which is a very like an idea that I think rock is push. Rock is you. And then you move the rock. Like that is visually, you see how well that like gets the visual across, where it's like Baba is you. Okay. So Baba's my little guy. Rock is push. Okay. I can push the rock. I can also push that rock. Oh, rock is you. Oh, now I'm the rock. Like, you see how visually things change to sell the idea rather than just the text saying it. So that's what I mean with the visuals. It sells the first like couple seconds here sells the idea anyway. But you can see their tags are like puzzle, indie, difficult, logic, cute, 2D. You want to get your puzzles to line up with that. And I mean, even their puzzle, like Rift of the Necrodancer, Celeste, what are they doing? Like unpacking's not bad, but you want to make sure your tags are setting you up for success. And so I think the advice that I saw from Zukowski, right, is pick the 5 games that you think are most like your game, that you think would be best if it was recommended underneath. Look at their tags, write down their top tags, and then go through your tagging wizard and make sure you pick tags that are both true about your game and line up with those 5 games. And then look at the ones, it'll give you like a preview of the 8 games that it thinks are similar based on those tags. Make sure those 8 games are all puzzle, super cute, really clever puzzle games that you think would also appeal to people who like your game. Yeah, how did Mugenics end up there, right? But sometimes these will show up even if you have good tagging, but like you basically want it so that like Baba is you always shows up in this bottom list. I think that's probably important. So that's what I would do. I think the game itself is incredibly good. I think the game is really, really good. The art style is great. The puzzles are great. The idea is great. You implemented everything in a very clever way. I think you did a lot of stuff super, super well. So the one thing I would say is make sure that you give this the best chance it can using your approach to marketing. And I think that you have some good stuff in place. You just need to lean into it a little bit more. But nice. I wish I had 5 games like mine, but I'm just so unique. Is it? Aren't you doing a 2D pixel art platformer? I wish I had more games like a 2D pixel art platformer. Alas, I am cursed to wallow in my own creative genius where anyone cannot be akin to my own mind. Esoteric Ebb, that's a D&D disco game? What? D&D disco? Like dancing or like Disco Elysium? Oh, like Disco Elysium, it seems like. It's D&D Disco Elysium? Yeah, that's not really about Bulbo. So, also, I've heard that you want to put out something periodically to remind people this is coming, like little videos, posts. Yeah, I think at this point, I mean, obviously you need to continue development, make more puzzles, like, finish the game. That's like important. But you also, I think, should be like reaching out to people who stream like cute puzzle games, YouTuber to make videos about puzzle games. I think this game has the potential to make good YouTube videos because the title is good. And if you give them the tagline, like as a YouTuber, when I see this tagline, if you don't believe in the wall, it can't stop you. And I can imagine making a thumbnail using the art from this game, using that tagline. The YouTube title is something along the lines of like a puzzle game where the stuff you believe, something like that. And I think like you can basically supply YouTubers with a video that they don't even have to think that much on because of how clever your idea is. So you want to make sure that that's like good to go for them, right? I truly believe people just need to see this. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, obviously you have to finish the game, but the things you've already done show me you're more than capable of making the game fun all the way through. And people, if they play that demo, will be convinced to buy the game, I think, if they like puzzle games. So more or less, it's just about getting this in front of people. And the way to do that is with really good marketing and, reaching out to the people who will make good videos about it. Email Aliens Rock. Aliens Rock, do they play puzzle games? I don't know. But yeah, I think that this has a lot of legs. Nice. Cool. And then do I have time for another game? Let me go to my talking head view. Okay, I think I have time to play one more because I think it's not that long. Let me bust it out. Let's do one more. Primarily because I think it's short. Even more annoying that YouTube members are getting ads on stream. Yeah, I wish there was a way that I could say YouTube members don't get ads on stream. I don't know why I can't turn that off. I think it's even worse on Twitch though. I think on Twitch you're like it's mandatory to run ads no matter what. But maybe Twitch subs don't get ads. Do Twitch subs get ads? You haven't gotten one? Interesting. If Twitch subs don't get ads, that's a reason for me to restream onto Twitch. Twitch subs don't get ads? Okay, so maybe I'll look into restreaming on Twitch so that if people want to, if people want to watch ad free, they can subscribe that way or something. Twitch subs don't get ads. I see. I have YouTube Premium, so I'm fine. Right. Okay. All right. Final game. We're playing, Blaze Out. That's the name. Blaze Out by Metronome and Hanako and Emerald Eye. Let's go. No, I don't mind the ads. Get your bag. Thank you, Caitlin. Thank you. YouTube subs are much more expensive. Twitch subs are more expensive, right? Unless people have Twitch Prime, that could be a way for them to avoid ads if they have Twitch Prime. I know that's a reason a lot of people can sub on Twitch is because of it. So we'll see. I need that game to succeed. Yeah, I really hope Bobo's belief system can do well. Twitch subs are $6 now. Holy smokes. Okay. All right, let's play. It is I. Bar's driving, and you're not getting away from me. It's the wrong you're. Fine. I'll beat you up, take your money, and spend it all on a fancy meal in an expensive restaurant. Oh, wait a minute. One sec. I opened this game earlier to make sure it was running, like I always do. And I think it remembered my progress, which is crazy. Why did you guys make it remember my progress? Or did I skip? Because I remember I started a tutorial and I was like, okay, I'll finish this tutorial. I'll finish this tutorial on stream. And I think it just skipped me past the tutorial. So let me open this in a different browser. The classic game title screen, play and delete all your data. Okay, so let me wipe save data just to make sure. Actually wipe save data, yes. Okay. I like this intro screen. Pretty cool. Very dramatic. The cubes falling into place. Blaze out. Let's play. Hey there. Not too sure, but it looks like you haven't been here before. That, or you've taken up a new identity and taken measures to make your appearance less recognizable. But if you're not going to say anything, I'll assume the new thing and teach you how to fight. You see, I made a bet with some sucker for $10 that every new person who makes it through I made a bet with some sucker for $10 for every new person who makes it through a couple street brawls. And I haven't failed since. Okay, well, I did fail a couple times. So let's just hope you're included in the 92% success rate. My wallet sure does. Hope so. Anyway, walk around with WASD or arrow keys. Go ahead, do it. Move it to my magic blue circle on the floor. All right. So one thing that is immediately apparent is that it's just like the sprite sliding around. So one thing you'll want to do is, I think this is for a game jam, right? So if you don't have a walk cycle, you don't have any kind of walk animation, having the character just slide feels very unfinished. But if you just add a little squash and stretch or a little like rotation back and forth as they move, it feels way more complete, even though that takes very little extra time and effort to do. So I think if you just add like a little bit of sauce to the movement, like bounce back and forth and scale up and down a little bit as the main character is like moving around, it would make it feel less unfinished, because as it stands, the character just sliding around gives a very like, this isn't done vibe to it. All right, magic blue circle, boom. Nice, now get this one up here. Cool. And this one, make sure you've mastered the downwards direction. Got it. There you go. Now, dodging. If you want to survive people trying to kill you, you have to be able to dodge. Press space to roll in the direction you're moving in. Roll over my 100% and safe and non-lethal nightmare shadow wall. that roll animation. It's honestly, it works. It works because it's like a smear frame almost. Honestly, if I were you, I would even play it faster. Like I think the only thing that's making it not work so well is the fact that it's kind of slow. Dodge this movie one, easy peasy. I'm the #1 gamer. Next up, my favorite, violence with Bluetooth. I just summoned a minion to be your punching bag. Click over by it to send punches that way. Well, you don't have to click by it. You just have to click in its direction. But it's easier to right-click on it so they don't have to do the mental whatever. Anyway, click that mud guy to use your punch projectile. Keep going until it's dead. 10 shots should do it. So click on this guy. Oh, I can aim. Interesting. Okay. Nice. Cool. If you're wondering how I knew about your magic punch powers, I'm not telling. Magicians never reveal their secrets. Anyway, that little ring that appears when you click is your melee attack area. If you hit something that close, it'll take 3 times the damage. 3 times! And it can hit multiple guys! I don't think that'll happen very often, but it's still neat. So here's another guy. Walk up to it and punch it. Make sure it's in the melee ring that does 3 times damage. I'll heal it if you try to be a lazy slacker and use the range attack. So this is my... Right. So one thing that would also obviously improve it a little bit is when you do this attack, just do an extra frame. Even if it was just 1 frame where he's like punching down at the ground or something rather than just standing there, it would make this feel more like you're attacking. You don't need that many frames to sell it, especially for a game jam. But the fact that he just stays still in this idle pose makes it feel, again, very incomplete. It wouldn't take too much If you just like manipulate it to like punch down and then do the same wiggling, like squash and stretch it quite a lot to sell the motion of doing the attack, it wouldn't be too much extra effort to make it feel more finished. Additionally, this ring that appears, if instead of just fading in, fading out, it like actually like played the ring, like doing like a motion or whatever in the ring, that would also make it feel a little bit more complete. But yeah, let me go punch this guy. Boom, easy. Well, now you know how to do everything. But you should get to taste it in a safe situation. Taste it, test it. So I'm going to fight you. When your health in the top drops to 0, your excursion is over. Though in this case, it'll be more of a when your health drops to 1, I'll heal you and we redo it. And also I'm sandbagging. Very hard. Are you ready? Boom jams. Dodge. Easy money. Dodge. Bro, you're nothing. You're nothing. I'm the greatest. Savory took a hit. Easy money. Oh. Gaming. Good job. That's all you need to know. Remember, if you learn your enemy's attacks and time your dodge invincibility well, you'll be invincible. Dodging is your most important skill. Nice. If you learn your enemy's patterns and timing, you'll be invincible. Got it. Proceeding. Up next, Bars. It is I, Bars, driving, and you're not getting away from me. Yeah, this is where I like accidentally skipped to because I already started the tutorial. I'll beat you up, take your money, and spend it all on a fancy meal at an expensive restaurant. Sounds cool. Boom. Easy money. Oh. He shot cars at me. Dodge the cars. Is there any way to see his health? Oh. Bars found pain. Yeah, see, like putting him on the car like that was a great call. Because it makes him just like idling feel totally fine. Big damn, big damn. Nice. Nice. Up next, Mari. All right, proceed. You must have a whole lot of guts to go and step into a war zone like this. Bet you think you can just lose money on out of here and keep your cute little dress intact, huh? I'll gladly disprove that silly thought. Okay. Oh, sorry. I think I'm taking damage from that. Comes out quick. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Easy money. Not even a challenge. He's sitting in the trucks. Up next, Maiden. Maiden's crying. Poor Maiden. Oh, Maiden's in the tower. Entry to my domain is forbidden. Actually, the the Maiden would need to be talking from a distance. It's like, entry to my domain is forbidden. Can you hear me? Turn back or I have to use force. Hello? Can you hear me? Okay. Oh, nice. Boom, boom, boom. Oops, I think I dodged into that bomb. Don't mind me. Now, see, leave yourself wide open when you do that attack. Up next, Blob. Nice. What's up, Blob? Oh, Blob is big boy. Do those hurt me? Okay, it looks like the answer is yes. But they're not yellow, though. I thought I was supposed to take damage from the yellows. I think this is getting the triple dam. But why is that hitting me? I wasn't in the yellow, bro. I wasn't in the yellow, bro. Blahaj. 8 Lahaforge. Okay. Intruder alert, intruder alert. If you do not vacate the premises by the count of 5, I am under orders to incapacitate you by force. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright, what you got for me, Blob? I think I need to shoot you with ranged attacks, huh? Oh! Nice, nice. Nice use of the Undertale mechanic there. Who does that? I forget who does that attack. Is it Toriel? Is it Asgore? I don't know. I mean, considering this is a robot, this might be an attack that Metaton uses, but I thought Metaton was basically like flying straight upward, so I don't know. Oh, big damn. Boom. Oh, Blahaj. Oh, horrible mistake coming against me like that. Oh, big money. Boom. Bro, imagine. Okay. Tromos. What's up, Tromos? Oh, Tromos is cool as hell. I trust you are here, intending to impede me, and bearing the very thing whose presence my plans need no less. So the fool steps onto the board of the master. How eagerly he seems to crave his curtain call. Oh. Oh, hey, what in the Undertale? Now that's a Toriel attack, right? Where you swipe. If it's a Toriel attack, it might mean Asgore does it too, honestly. Oh, wow, I took a lot of damage from that. I thought I was dodging everything, but seems like the answer was no, I was not. This was unfortunate. But you forget, you carry the key. As long as it is present, I can summon it. Oh, Schnark. Bro, get owned. Oh, bro, you're getting cooked right now. Have you considered hitting me with your damage? It seems like no. Seems like you forgot about that step of the fight. Get owned. Boom, 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 boom. Lamau? Behemoth is out of the fight. Unfortunate. But I will remain, and you will have no choice but to come back here again and again if you want to keep standing in my way. You will never break free of this dreary path. Well, this sure was a blaze out, but I'm choo. Thank you for playing Blaze Out. Gamers. Code by Metronome. Art by Hanako. Bad art by Metronome. Music by Emerald Eye. Made in 14 days for the Game Name Game Jam. More like 10 days because we did like nothing until Sunday evening. More like 10 days because we procrastinated. Okay, you caught us. Content planned for possible updated post-jam version. True Indig. Real roguelike progression. Yeah, upgrading my skills. Increased to 15 levels. What we originally intended. You scoped 15 levels. All levels having 2 options, like how Encounter 3, Poe or Maiden, and Encounter 5, Vari or Blahaj. Better name. Probably other things that I'm forgetting right now. Special thanks to you for playing. Hey, that's me. Press enter to return to main menu. Nice. All right, so let's think critically about this game. I think this game, the first piece of feedback that comes to mind, the thing that I think would be the most useful for every developer that wants to do a game jam, and maybe just every developer in general, is think about your scope. They originally planned 15 levels, 15 boss fights, but they didn't allocate time for more than a single frame of the main character. It's like the main character and controlling the main character is one of the most important parts of your game. I think it would have been valuable to cut one of those bosses entirely to give the character an attack frame and some movement polish and stuff like that, right? I think like those are the kind of things that you want to put more time into before you plan extra content on top, right? Now, I think they made some really smart decisions. I think there were some really smart decisions with the bosses. The way like the one guy rides on the truck so that you can just use the single frame, and the maiden being a tower in the center where she's like tiny in the window. Those are really smart because it makes sense that those bosses don't move around and have other animation frames. That is a really clever way to limit the scope and make content easier to add. Additionally, if you wanted to add some simple animation to like the maiden in the tower, you would just be animating the one little character in the sprite at the top rather than needing to animate like the whole thing, right? So I think that is like a great way to do it. Like if we come in here, you can see he just has the one frame, but because he just has the one frame, do some attacks. Because he just has the one frame, when he's standing on the trucks, it makes a lot of sense. And it would be really easy to give him like another frame where he just like holds up one hand, and he just holds up his hand, and then the cars come, and then he goes back to crossing his arms. And then he holds up his hand, and then he goes back to crossing his arms. That would be a pretty easy frame to add to give him a little motion. Additionally, you add a little bounce or whatever. You make that generic, right? So that the thing you're using to bounce the character also does it to the boss's sprites as well. So they can kind of bounce in place. And then with just one slight tweak of lifting his arm and a little bit of like bounce and sway, it would make this boss feel way more alive, because the fight is designed around the fact that you don't have a bunch of animation frames. I think that's really clever. If you gave him a bunch of attacks that it's like, oh, it doesn't make sense with him not being animated, then it would feel even more like on the nose. But I think I need to do enough damage for him to get on the truck. Get on the truck. Get on the truck. Get on your truck. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's like, this is really clever. I really like this idea because it's such a good way to use the single frame. He's moving and it fits his attack patterns. Everything works really well. This is very clever. I ate McDonald's instead of cooking. Oh, that sounds nice. I really wanted to try their new Big Arch Burger. It sounds like it might be good, but I'm assuming that I'll try it and be like, yeah, it's okay. Not worth the like $13 or whatever that it costs now. It's like, man, I could go get like a real meal for $13, let alone I don't really want to eat McDonald's. But in any case, yeah, I think this boss does dashes. So this is one of the bosses that it's like, it feels like they do need more frames, but then the shadow clones are like really clever because they don't need more frames, right? So if you gave her a single frame during the dash attack, and additionally give her the same bouncing thing, then being able to use that same frame for the shadow clones would also work really well. So I think the main thing I would talk about for this game is, honestly, while I was making last day patches, we could have done a walk cycle and a punch done. We just didn't think to do it. Yeah, I think that's one thing to consider is like the player character is the thing you control. So that needs to feel the best, right? If one of the boss's attacks feels a little wonky, or you could improve the animation feel on one of the bosses, those are the kind of things that like you can get away with, right? People fight the boss and move on. They don't even really like it. It doesn't matter that much. But with the main player character, you play as them the whole time. Because you're playing as the character the whole time. Oh, this is Poe. As the clearly superior alpha male. Oh, sorry. That's not the right voice. As the clearly superior alpha male, I must defeat you to show dominance. Fall before my massive muscles. Then maybe people will finally like me. Yeah, it's like you have... Oh, I like the reuse of that attack pattern so that you don't have to create something new. But yeah, I think like having optional bosses on each stage, like boss 3 and you said 3 and 5 have like different potential bosses. It's like rather than adding bosses that might not get encountered by the player, you likely should just have those be their own stage, right? It's like rather than going 2 bosses on 3 and 2 bosses on 5, it should go 3, 4, and then those other ones should be 6, 7, right? That way you always, oh, by the way, 6, 7, whatever. I'm too old for that joke, I think. But that way you're actually getting the most use out of all the content, because for a game jam, people are likely not going to play this over and over again to try to encounter all the bosses. But yeah, so I think you did a good job. And then what I was talking about, it's like this boss really clever, because like it would be nice if his tentacles were like wiggling around or something, but it's totally not necessary. And this gets the point across really well. And so I think like you've done a really good job. Like, see how simple that is? Even him just like flipping his sprite back and forth to follow my motion makes it feel way more alive than when he's just sitting there like this, right? This feels very flat. This feels like he's like doing stuff, right? A little bit of motion goes a long way. And so that's one thing I would definitely consider for your jam games is keep the scope under control, because the less content you add, the more you can polish each piece of content, right? Additionally, it's like, imagine if he just like flipped every once in a while of his own volition. Like there's a timer that goes between 1 and 4 seconds and he flips on that timer. And occasionally he'll do another flip after just like a quarter second. So he's like, flip, 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 flip. It's like he would just feel a little bit more alive. And it's not, you know, it's not the best animation in the world or anything, but it's just like a little bit of extra polish. And so the less content you have, the more time you can devote to each piece of content for polishing it, right? And there's like lots of little things. It's like, I think this menu works great. The little like effects around the guy and the rain coming down and the fact that there are slightly different decorations based on the different bosses you're fighting, all that stuff works really well. And I think obviously having some roguelike progression systems that you intended to add on top of it, stuff like that works really good. But I think that the best lesson to learn from this game is about scope management. Yeah. The alternate bosses make the game feel like it has more substance. The feeling that we have a lot is something we prioritized. But I think the game feels like it has more substance if there are more bosses to fight rather than alternate bosses on different levels. I think like wanting to feel like you have a lot of content is good, but, and if you want to go full roguelike, having alternate bosses on different levels makes perfect sense, right? For a full version of game, that makes perfect sense. But for the jam version, people probably aren't going to play it multiple times. And even if they do play it multiple times, I don't think like one boss swapping on a different level is that much of a gut punch. And I think having alternate bosses on the different levels is one of those nice to have features, right? It's one of those things that doesn't add as much as like polishing other stuff or just having a whole extra boss phase adds, right? So for game jam games, small and juicy is better for scoring high. Yes. I think for a game jam game, small and juicy, like limiting the scope so you can continue to polish the things you made is really, really good. I think that that's a good way to limit yourself because I think you have a good foundation for a game here. Clearly inspiration from Undertale boss patterns, which I think makes perfect sense. It's a great way to use them. And I think the gameplay itself is pretty fun, dodging stuff and attacking. Although I think like the attacking did get a little bit repetitive because it was like the same attack over and over again for the most part. And so I think there are ways that you can improve that a little bit. It's frustrating as hell, but yeah, ambition doesn't get rewarding in game jams, only how good the game is. Yes. So I think that's the feedback from the game jam perspective. And even for fuller games, the more content you play in, the more you need to polish each piece of that content. Whereas what you really want to deliver is a really strong vertical slice where you've polished the hell out of the content that you are providing, and making decisions that make a game feel like it has more content and feel like it has more substance to it can be very valuable. They can be good, but they're the kind of thing that it's like you do need to expand on. They're the kind of thing, or not expand on, they're the thing that you need to limit so that you don't end up polishing way too much content, because how are you possibly going to finish that in a jam scope? And even for like releasing a demo, the more content you add, the more time it takes to polish. I mean, this is me speaking from the experience of working on Isadora's Edge. Because the experience of working on Isadora's Edge, absolutely, I have added too much content to the game, and I'm spending a lot of time polishing each piece of content, which is making it take longer and longer for me to make everything. I would have been, well, I don't know if better off, but planning wise, I would have had the demo out already if my content was reined in. Now I like what I'm doing right now with building all the content out. And I think for a full game, if you want to spend a lot of time on it, that's totally fine. That's your prerogative, right? But if you wanted this game to come out in the full, extremely polished version in months rather than years, then figuring out where you want to pull back on the scope is really good. As someone who is terrible at art, my policy is to make sure as many things as possible are animated, add something to the visuals, even if the art itself is subpar. Yes, I think that is a very key point too, is motion really sells the visuals, because when things are totally still, it feels off. I think we saw with Runebound, as soon as I opened it, so many things were in motion. So when you start a fight here, like, Blahaj is actually a good example, because he's constantly floating around, and that constant floating adds a lot. This floating that he's doing really sells a lot. And you see how like these are coming across, lots of attacks. It's like the motion here feels good because he's floating around and his sprite flips as he's floating. So this enemy has some of the best motion, some of the most polished motion in the game. But like it would be relatively not super easy, but you could add like clouds floating in the background. You could add some like spinning effect on the stage or something, although spinning might be disorienting. So that's not the 100% the best advice. But there are other ways you could add motion that don't require that much extra development time, and just polishing the arena, because you fight in the arena for every battle. So polishing the arena a little bit more also can sell the whole experience a little bit more. It's just like little details like that that can go a long way. Okay, you said you wanted me to fight the other optional boss as well. So I think there's a way to get to that boss, Tromos. Tromos is my gamer friend. Oh, I took the hit. Oh, she has the attacks of everybody. That's so nice. That's clever. Clever. I like that. I like that. Nice, nice. That's a great way to do it. Giving her the attacks of everyone. All right, let's beat this guy. Oh. Always be dodging. I did not think those were going to hit me, but that's fine. I wanted to get to the cheat anyway. Also, I mean, that just highlights the need for invincibility frames, right? The fact that I can go from full health to 0 because one attack hit me 100 times is a little bit rough. But you said go to 5 and cheat. Oh, nice. We got it. Gary steps into an argument. You wish to progress, even seeing that I stand in your way. My serendipitous powers are indubitably far beyond your level of achoo. Oh, he's a sneezer. Gross. Oh, does he leave poison on the ground? Yeah, this is another great example. I'm not too focused on trying to win this fight. See how this just like floats across? Imagine making this just spin or adding some noise on top with like a simple shader just to give it some motion. You know what I mean? A little bit of motion makes that feel way more like a sneezy projectile. You could also throw some like particle system on top just to shoot out little green blobs as it moves. You know, there are some little things that you can do that don't take that much time, and you don't need them to be perfect to get the point across, right? Vari in chat, like, this is how you think of me? This is how you think of me? I'm just a sneezer. He's hiding behind the UI. That's messed up, man. Probably you want to make sure the enemy sprites are always above the UI. But that's a relatively small thing. Okay, nice, nice. But yeah, I think this is that attack is insane. First person to realize it was a sneeze attack. Yeah, I think you got the point across when you said achoo, right? So I could tell it was supposed to be a sneeze. But like some little things could bring it to life. Just a little motion. I think that's the thing to think about. When you're trying to polish the attacks and make things feel really good, just adding a little bit of motion is better than not having the motion. Even if the sneeze particle, just make it tween its scale like up and down to make it like blobby, make it rotate a little bit as it's blobbing, throw a particle effect on top. And you can get all that set up in like 5 minutes, and it'll go from a PNG flying across the screen looking a little bit like, why is the PNG doing that, to feeling like an attack, right? It feels just a lot more alive. And I think that feeling goes a long way. But yes, thanks everyone for hanging out. Make sure you like the stream. If you're still watching and you haven't liked the stream already, click it. If you haven't checked out my new video or my new short, go ahead and watch those, and have a good one. I'll see you all next Saturday. Thanks for hanging out. That'll be the end of the stream. Peace out, everybody.